everyone, and a happy new year to you. Welcome to Meydan, where tonight we're about to enjoy an exceptional evening of racing, a night that recognises the achievements of Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, who recently graduated from Sandhurst Military Academy in the UK, receiving both the Sword of Honour and the Sword of Excellence. Tonight's 8 races recognises those achievements, and we have 2 outstanding races for you. The Dubawi Stakes on the dirt. Tuz is trying to win it for the 2nd year in a row. And the other big race takes place right here on the turf, the Zabeel Mile. Let's have a look at some of the leading contenders for tonight's racing with our commentator, Pat Comerford.
Our first meeting back here at Meydan for 2025. Very exciting. Our first horse, Sean, is a contender here. He'll be getting back and running on. Will he be getting his head in front at the right time? A gritty win by Oasis Boy first up. He has a wide draw to contest with tonight, but will he be able to do it again under Paddock? Well, Emiratiana has had a fair bit of racing through the middle parts of the year, returns back to Meydan, where he has had success in the past. Now 9, he's looking to kick off his UAE campaign in style. Well, the Uruguayan Don Vaccaro makes his way here under the care of Julio Olajuara, looking to kick off his campaign as well here in the Middle East after an impressive start to the career in South America. It was only a neck defeat here at Kempton Park in listed grade. Poker Face last start was impressive. Can he do it here in Dubai as he makes his way here to the Middle East? What more can you say about the first up performance of Tuz? Electric, scintillating, sensational. Hopefully we can see him doing that once again as he continues his way towards the Golden Shaheen. Well, Halassan was impressive in his career so far to date. He makes his way to the Middle East and kicks off tonight here for the Royal Blue, looking Charlie Appleby's best chance on the program. And Epic Poet for David O'Mara finds a common companion once again in Danny Tudhope. They combine forces here, hoping to take out the last over 2,800. Let's have a look at the schedule for tonight. We have a mixed program, 5 races on the turf, 3 on the dirt, kicking off over 2,000 metres in the Zabeel turf. We head to the Sword of Honour Stakes, over 1,600 on dirt. Then down the straight, over 6 for the Sword of Excellence Stakes. The UAE 2000 Guineas Trial shapes up to be a nice race, over 7 on dirt. The Zabeel Mile at Group 2 is our feature, over the 1,600 on turf. The Dubawi Stakes, our dirt feature at Group 3 level. The Jumeirah Stakes over 1,400 is our penultimate event, and we cap it off with a new race, the Zoho Stakes, our stayers event for the night. And racing here for the going across the entirety of the course, racing good the whole way around and up the chutes. Here's who won't be joining us this evening. Race 2, number 13, First View, is a withdrawal. And race 4, number 7, Gallant Blade for Salam bin Gudaya, will not take his place tonight.
Well, Pat Comerford joins me now to talk about the race card and also to wish each other a happy new year. And in particular, Pat, I'd like to say congratulations to you because you got engaged over the festive period.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rishi. Yeah, exciting. Great to have that, I guess, monumental moment in your life. Locked down for life now, which is a scary thing to say, but at the same time, she's a lovely girl, and I don't think I'll be doing any better. So, wow. Yeah, she's looking forward to what life brings with Sophie. It's yeah, an exciting time, and yeah, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yeah, I wish you better luck than my first marriage. That didn't go very well. But fingers crossed it works out for someone else. Let's look ahead to the racing that we have today. And just a brief word about the weather. because we had a sprinkling of rain this morning here at Meydan, probably just taking the sting out of it. But that was earlier today. It finished at about midday, and it's been windy since. So I imagine most of that moisture would have dried out now.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, this track would have the capabilities of absorbing quite a bit of water. I mean, it's just depending on how that top layer goes with it. But look, at the end of the day, I don't think we got enough rain to be, I guess, making too much of a difference. I think the big factor is when we come into the sort of later part of the evening as to that, as I said, that top layer, whether or not we do get a bit of chop out on above. But I'd say from right down to the base, it'd be fast enough to be keeping times as honest as possible.
Good quality racing from race 1 to 8. Let's start off by having a look at the first race, which is on the turf, the Zabeel Turf, sponsored by Daman Markets, by Daman Securities LLC. Lots of good horses lining up for this, lots of familiar names, horses that have gone close in the past, just recently, the likes of Asasi, and even Intricacy, who runs in the race today, a horse that I'm particularly interested in for Simon Ed Crisford and Tygo Shea. And we might come to that a little bit later on. But let's have a look first of all at that race where Asasi ends up finishing second, beaten by his stable companion on Festive Friday. Intricacy in the striped colours never really gets a run, but a fine effort from Asasi, dropping to 10 furlongs.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. There was plenty of hard luck stories, and hopefully we'll see some of that form translate. I mean, when you look at the two horses that won, you've got to give, I mean, who ran 1 and 2.
Yeah.
You've got to remember that those horses did come out of quite a mild race at Abu Dhabi. As a result, I don't think a lot of them, including the market overseas, gave either of these horses much respect. I think both of them were well out over sort of 12 or 13 to 1. Asasi even more, somewhere over 20 to 1. So, I mean, we weren't expecting the result, but at the same time, I think the race will hold up regardless, this one here. I mean, as you said, there was a lot of hard luck stories. Intricacy was right at the top of that. So interesting to see if Asasi can back up that performance. I'd like to hope he would. Funnily enough, I'd probably rate him as more of a chance than Homebrew. I think he's been a bit plain in recent times, and even though Asasi sits, a few rating points below, I'd say Asasi would be the pick of the two, to be fair, in my personal opinion. But it's a nice race to open up the program. I went 5-3, 1 and 4, and I've gone with Endless Victory on top. I think he is the horse that jumps off the page to you, the son of Teofilo. William Buick and Charlie Appleby combining for a number of chances tonight. I mean, they've been electric from the moment we jumped on the grass last meeting. So very exciting to see how this race starts. 2,000 metres on turf here at Meydan with the track. Not sure how it will play. Opens up a few question marks, but yeah, I'll stick with the Royal Blue here, and number 5, Endless Victory on top for me.
Yeah, he looks like an obvious place to put the pin on. When you consider his form, it is very good. And he's also got, you imagine, the scope to improve. Look at the pedigree. He's likely to get better. He's only had 5 starts so far. But there were a couple of runs that he put up last year which were bad, and no obvious reasons why he performed below par. So that was just at the back of my mind. Like I say, I do like Intricacy. I felt like he was open to a lot of improvement. Didn't really get a run at the races last time out. And although he was behind Asasi that day, I thought he emerged like a better horse for the future. So he was the one for me.
I want to make an honourable mention to Sean. I think he's a horse that's getting on now, but I mean, Jamie Osborne's stable's going well. The horses are fit enough, going off the results that we've seen so far, to be making an impression felt, and he's had that run under the belt already. He gets back. He's one of those horses you'll be holding your breath if you are in his corner. Yeah. But yeah, look, he's ticking along well to be a horse that will be making an impression in the next couple of starts.
Our director here, Sean, loves this horse, Sean.
And he's gone against it.
I can't believe it. He's lost faith. It's very disappointing.
If I knew he'd gone against it, I would have tipped him. Because, I mean, like Endless Victory, Sean's just given Endless Victory the kiss of death, really.
And unfortunately, he's probably given Sean the chance here without our director backing. So let's see how he gets on tonight. I genuinely think he's got a good chance because of that little touch of class that he brings into the race, as you say, competing in better company. But it's quite although Godolphin are well represented with those two from the Charlie Appleby stable, it's quite a competitive race. I mean, the former Godolphin, Charlie Appleby, run a Blue Trail, who set the track record, lines up here for Bhupat Seaman. He's an interesting runner. He
is. He's very much so. A nice pickup for suited and booted racing at the Godolphin sales. So interesting to see how he goes. The one thing that I found about this race, it just lacks a bit of pace. So for those horses that do have a tendency to get back, they will have to be extra good tonight in order to be, I guess, rolling into the race, because I don't think the pace is going to help them too much here. So I went with a horse that's probably a little bit closer to the speed and will make his own luck in the front, up in the first few, and that's Endless Victory.
Okay, let's move on and talk about our second race, and we move to the dirt surface for this 250,000 dirham Sword of Honour Stakes, sponsored by Daman Markets by Daman Securities LLC. This is over 1,600 metres, and of course Oasis Boy, one of two in the race for Doug Watson. He's also got Nayar, both horses winning last time out. We've got Seymour with a few interesting runners in this race as well. Oasis Boy, to be fair, Pat, you made a good call for Oasis Boy when he returned to action back on the 13th of December. It was a very brave performance. Keep an eye on him in the closing stages, straight and level in behind. But he gets struck with the whip from a rival in the latter part of the race.
I'm sure if I got whacked on the snout, especially after a couple, 1,000 metres into the race, and you wouldn't have that sort of tendency to run through it. So very exciting to see how Oasis Boy goes here. I think the wide draw is going to be quite a concern here for him. He's actually going to have to be even better here tonight, because he does have a full capacity field here. Well, in 13, it's closer to capacity. So interested to see how he goes. I've actually gone against him here tonight. I thought straight and level was just as impressive. Coming on from the back of the field, he cut the corner and went through it. I think as Oasis Boy came past them, straight and level found again up on the running rail, and he gets a slight benefit here at the weights. He's 3 kilos difference to Oasis Boy this time around, as opposed to 1.5. So I think straight and level at the weights gets an even better chance. Just needs a little luck, and hopefully can find a spot maybe just off the fence in the running line there from gate number 8.
I like Nayar. I think he's improving with every start. He improved from his first run to his second run this season, and I believe even the manner in which he won last time out, there's more to come. Obviously, it's going to be another step up the ladder for him, but I just get the impression that he's a horse who's just blossoming. Yeah. He's about to deliver on that promise early on. One other name to throw into the mix would be Cupid's Dream. If he was better drawn, I'd throw him into the mix, Cupid's Dream, but he's drawn in 12. Last time out, obviously, he just folded, having looked the winner all the way through 90% of the race. Drop back in trip should suit.
I think the drop back in trip is going to be a plus. I mean, he's one of those ones now, just on that performance, I'd need to see him do it now before I could tip him on top of a few of these. But look, he's got to be rated as a top 4 contender in this race for sure. But yeah, straight and level for me. I like the fact that Tygo Shea's decided to jump on board here. Bupat with quite a few engaged. So yeah, looking forward to hopefully seeing straight and level be finding himself in the finish here.
All right, we move on to the Sword of Excellence Stakes next. Race 3. It's worth 300,000 dirhams. It's sponsored by Zoho, and it's over 1,200 metres on the turf. And again, some familiar names. We welcome back Batwan, who of course was a former winner here at the Carnival a couple of seasons ago. And we also have horses that were in action just recently, the likes of Bombay Bazaar and Rassas. Like to see Bombay Bazaar last time out, because he came back to the sort of form that we saw from him in the UK, and I think he will enjoy returning to a distance of 6 furlongs today. The trips seemed to just find him out, but it was encouraging to see this effort. Rassas, Topper Bill, Ad Shibli and Mikyas all involved.
Yeah, look, it was a great performance from him. I think, as you said, 6 is going to be a much better and more economical trip for him. They went very, very hard up in front. He stayed close enough to the speed and was still able to reel in a few of these. I mean, the winner was very impressive, the runner-up too, but look, Bombay Bazaar was very good there to find himself into 3rd, and I think he's definitely one that's got to be given a lot of respect. I just keep coming back to, and look, it's a question mark of whether or not he's ready to go this early in the campaign, but I mean, Emiratiana was 0.67 seconds off the winner in the Alquoz in California Spangle, who went on to break the track record at 107.5. So I'd like to think that if Emiratiana's got any sense of fitness here whatsoever, that only carrying 2.5 kilos more than he did there in the Alquoz, we'd see him running a decent enough race here in this event. I know he's first up, that's obviously got to be considered, and 62 is a decent enough weight, but Yeah, look, he's proven down this track. He's proven on this track that he doesn't mind the straight here. And yeah, I know this seems to be a field full of quite a few oldies. There's a couple of horses certainly getting onto the back end of their careers here in this race. But out of all of those, especially those three up the top, I couldn't make a case for Mick Yass or Batwan, but I can very much make a case for Emiratiana, and I'm going to stick with him here.
Yeah, I can see that. Although he's 9, I think sprinters, they have far more longevity because of the way they race. They obviously don't train that hard because they race more regularly over the shorter distances. And I think that Emiratiana, even though he's now 9, he's definitely included. But I just wonder there might be a couple of horses that are improving. Reg Eve was interesting because I don't know how good he's going to be sprinting. He's not really bred to go over this trip, but it's interesting that Michael Costa's having a stab at this sort of distance early doors.
I'm interested to see if Billy Webster coming back onto the turf now can translate that form from Jebel Ali. I mean, the fitness is going to be no question whatsoever. I was approached having a chat about this race with the ERA vet, head vet in David Craig, and he was telling me about the name Silky Wilkie, and apparently Silky Wilkie was a Hearts player back in the day. So yeah, not that my football knowledge is too well, but I thought a very interesting name when you explained it to me. So Silky Wilkie, I'm interested to see how he goes as well, and good to see Sam James picking up a ride here as well.
As a Man United fan, I'm not going to talk about football. So let's just refuse any more conversations on that particular subject.
All football conversation from henceforth is embargoed.
Done.
So.
Yes. But Silky Wilkie, what I would say is when he produced one of his best performances, which came at Musselburgh in the spring of 2023, he showed so much speed from the gates, and he's clearly a very fast horse. And I just wondered that if he did, whether he'd stay, because obviously he's in 11, and that might slightly alter the way the races have been run. Because if he got away from the gates early, made the pace, quite a few races run over the straight track have been towards the far side. But he might blow that apart. We'll have a look later on. But it's a really, again, another very intriguing race. The next race I'm very excited about. Although there's some lightly raced horses in the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, sponsored by Kentucky Derby. It's worth 300,000 dirhams, 1,400 metres on the dirt. It's lightly raced horses, but they promise a lot, including the 2 runners from Julio Ovasquaga's stable, Don Vaccaro and Nam Frick, the top 2 horses. But down at the bottom, it's Aragata Gozamazu, who was due to run on Festive Friday, unfortunately missed that engagement, but she's back. She's got an awkward draw in 11 today, but she is very talented, based on the bit of evidence we have seen.
Yeah, look, very impressive here. Look, I mean, it was a night, though, that I guess horses had that, any horse that took it up in front had that sort of chance to break away from the rest of them, and we saw a lot of big margin winners that night, especially on speed, big margin winners. So, look, I'm respecting the performance. I think has got to be given a fair bit of respect, and I said obviously the conditions of the weights see her getting in very light here, so that's obviously going to be a plus. I mean, I thought that the performance of Awab, to be fair,
really good
in his maiden victory over 1,400 metres. I know that was a little while before, in early November. We haven't seen him for quite a while, but I just keep coming back to that. I mean, I think 2 kilos difference. And a wide draw between the 2 of them. I think Arigato Gozaimasu is not going to get it as easy up in front this time around as she did last time out. And I think looking at a horse like Awab, who was able to absorb pressure throughout the race,
first
in the middle stages, first time out, and then burn away to go on and win by 5.5 lengths. That strikes me as a horse that's going to come on plenty from that. And Danny Tudhope stays on board here, knows the horse quite well, and I guess reports from the stable are that he's going and ticking along very well from that first run. So I'm going to lean with Awab. I know that the gate is going to make it very, very tough, but hopefully they run fast enough, and he might be getting back and making some ground in the late stages. So I'm going to take a chance on Awab.
I'm going to take a chance on one of the Julio Olathquago runners, and that's Don Vaccaro, who's had 3 starts in South America, and he won a Grade 3 last time. He's won over a variety of distances. Just given his record with horses that translate from South America to Dubai, and especially this age, 3-year-olds, I just felt that it was a vulnerable setup for some of the other horses because of where Arigato Gozan Mazu is and Awab. They're out in 11 and 12. But I take your point about Awab being probably a little bit more adaptable to where he's drawn in the race.
I mean, like, it's just, I think I had egg on my face a couple of times last season, just, I guess, giving Southern Hemisphere breds a little bit more respect. I mean, they always seem to run a very good race. Understandable, they are slightly older and more mature than the Northern Hemisphere breds, but you've also got horses there as well that I think that they're a bit found out late with that extra weight. I mean, how many times did we see a horse like Autobahn get beat last time out carrying that extra weight? He's got all the class, but unfortunately there was just one that got to him every single time. I wouldn't be surprised to see Don Vaccaro and Namfrick, who I know the stable's actually got even bigger opinion about than Don Vaccaro. Probably over 7, you'd say Don Vaccaro's got the advantage. But I mean, both of them have ability and will be running on. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see him run top 3. Is there one that's down in the weights that's going to just get there over the line when it gets with it, if it's a high pressure race? So it's a very interesting race. I'm looking forward to it, but I can very much understand your pick here with Don Vaccaro. He's certainly the pick of the stable, that's for sure.
Well, Pat asked the question, and of course you will tell us the answer with your excellent race call later tonight.
We certainly will.
Thank you. The first of our feature races tonight comes on the turf. It is the Zabeel Mile, a race that's been dominated by Charlie Appleby over the years. This race is worth 850,000 dirhams. It's sponsored by PHI Advertising. 1,600 metres, and Charlie Appleby has won it 7 times in the last 11 years. Unsurprisingly, he's got 2 very good contenders, Ottoman Fleet and Noble Dynasty. Ottoman Fleet has yet to win here at Meydan, but he ran very well in defeat in the Jebel Hatta last year. He was ahead of San Donato, and of course this is very good form.
Yeah, I think it's as good a form as you'll get here for coming into a race like this. I mean, I think this race definitely held up. We saw a couple of nice performances out of the event, but yeah, that was the one thing I had with Ottoman Fleet. It just seems to be thereabouts, but unfortunately, it's just not ever completely and utterly good enough. So, look, I like both of the chances here of Charlie Appleby's. I think they both make a serious case here, and I keep coming back to San Donato here, which is funnily enough. I mean, I found it a really, really hard race. I mean, San Donato's got the benefit of a run under the belt. He's certainly not one that you would be, like, I mean, if you were overseas and you were looking at and having a wager on this race, I mean, he's certainly not one that you would be making a case here for, because, I mean, there's so many factors that could go wrong, but at the end of the day, just the manner in which he savaged the line last time out, to be pipped by only 1 here, and he didn't certainly get the most unkindly run down the straight. So I'd like to hope that San Donato can find some of that old form. I mean, he's 9 years old now, and he was a Group 2 winner last year, but he very rarely runs a bad race, and I think that native approach could be a nice horse as well that he was just pipped by. So San Donato for me, but a tough race.
I like Poker Face. I like the fact that he's drawn in stall 2. San Donato's old pal Pat Dobbs is riding Poker Face. I'd like to see Pat get him out and get him on the lead. Last time out he won at Kempton, which is unusual for him because he came from off the pace. Holloway Boy, who was in that race, faced an awkward trip. He raced wide all the way through it, so I think he's better than that. But I like the idea of Poker Face being drawn into going forward and then dictating, because I think that could suit him here at Meydan in particular, and he might just get a few of them on the stretch, even though he's probably got, if Ottoman Fleet's at his absolute best, he might have a little bit to find. But Ottoman Fleet is yet to win here at Meydan.
That's the big worry. I mean, and then Ottoman Fleet, I feel would probably be more suited to a race over a bit more ground here, and then you've got Noble Dynasty, who's probably a bit more of a horse over 7. I mean, 6, 8's probably stretching him. So I mean, I like the fact that we're both in the corner of, even though we're on the corner of different horses here in this race, we both feel that the Charlie Appleby horses are vulnerable. It's fun saying that now, but we could be left with serious egg on our face a little bit later on if they do come out and one of them decides to blitz it, or they both run 1-2. But I guess there are vulnerabilities there.
there are vulnerabilities for the two Appleby horses in this race, and I can understand why people would look elsewhere. I'm going for Poker Face in the Zabeel Mile. Up next is the Dubawi Stakes. Race 6 is worth 700,000 dirhams. It's sponsored by Bingati Developers, 1,200 metres on the dirt, and of course it features last year's winner in Tuz, last year's Golden Shaheen winner, and a horse who returned with a vengeance in the Al Gahood, and he was very impressive in seeing off one of his main rivals today in colour up. I think it's very hard to oppose Tuz today.
Something has to seriously go wrong for him to get beat. That's plain and simple. That's where I sort of assess the race. I mean, I like the fact that Colour Up was able to muster late here and make, I guess, some indentations there when the rest of them couldn't. I think that's going to see him running an okay race. That is on the proviso that Tuz doesn't get such an electric lead here and find himself up in front. We know his gate speed is just phenomenal, and that's going to put him in really good stead here. Funnily enough, I actually thought that back to 6 furlongs here. I know they were trying him at a mile, but I thought Strobe's probably a little under his rating. I think he's probably got a few points in hand to be running a nice race. I mean, if you took this race and took Tuz out of it, who do I think would be winning the race? I would have said Strobe here, to be fair. I thought he's probably the horse that's got the most upside out of them, but I mean, you're essentially going off the hypothetical that Tuz doesn't jump or Tuz doesn't find the front. I mean, he's a horse as well that has got the rating he does because he's so adaptable, and his ability to be able to overcome trouble. We saw it in the Golden Shaheen when he was basically pestered the entire way, and then into the straight was passed by Don Frankie, and Tuz was able to rally up again and go there. He doesn't have to lead, but if he finds the lead, I mean, it's curtains. That's as simple as that. He's going to be winning this, I'd say. And the market is all over him here.
Yes.
They're not certainly giving you any price to find out overseas. He's got to be the nap of the night, but that's no surprise, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. He is the outstanding sprinter out here, Tuz, and he will take all the beating. I think Colour Up might get close again, finish second, but he's got quite a bit of ground to make up with Bhupat Seemal's Golden Shaheen winner. Okay, now Pat mentioned one of the hot pots in Tuz, but another hot pot runs in our penultimate race, the Jumeirah Stakes. Back on the turf, 1,400 metres, is worth 300,000 dirhams, and it's sponsored by the Jockey Club. A new relationship between the Jockey Club and the Dubai Racing Club, just announced recently. And Godolphin, strongly represented here. Charlie Appleby with a couple of most interesting runners. Said Bin Suror has got Desert Shadow making his debut here, a son of Sayuni, out of a pretty talented mare by Dubawi. So some good pedigrees on show, but it is Halassan who appears to be the standout horse in this race, and particularly judged by this win at Doncaster last time out. Look at the horse that finishes second to him in the Michael Tabor orange and blue colours, and that is a horse called Camille Pissarro, who is a very talented performer for the Aidan O'Brien team. And Halassan just got better as the season went on last year.
Yeah, I didn't know too much about this horse. I've actually had to go back and do quite a bit of, I guess, homework. But I mean, 2 wins and 3 minor placings from 5 starts has been basically almost perfect in how they probably would have wanted this horse to start. And yeah, I mean, look, your Camille Pissarro's come out and won a juvenile Group 1 on Arc Day in Longchamp. So I mean, that just shows how strong that race's form line should be. I know Gate 10's a little concern here, especially, you know, considering that we are heading over that sort of 1,400 metre distance where it's not the longest of runs to that first bend, and you really do need to be finding a spot in running. You don't want to be 3 deep around that back turn, but I think there's enough class there to be taking this race out. I would be shocked to not see Halassan win this, going off what we've seen on show so far. I mean, the only on exposed form, I don't think there's anything in this race that can beat him, you know, straight up. It's whether or not we've got a horse like Desert Shadow or Sahan or something like that that hasn't run yet, that I think could come out and just blitz them on debut, and we haven't unearthed a star yet. But, Halasan's a class above quite a few of these, and I'd say will be very, very hard to beat here, especially on level weights.
His stable companion, I thought, if you're looking for an alternative, Age of Gold was obviously, and often is, the biggest danger to the Appleby runners is the Appleby runner. And Age of Gold, when he won first time out, looked very good. And then he ran at Ascot. And quite often Charlie Appleby runs in the Chesham Stakes at Royal Ascot, one of his more talented runners, or a horse that he believes is capable of something. You think of a horse like Ancient Truth, for example, who progressed to win a Group 1 at the back end of last season. He got beaten that day by Bedtime Story. I don't think the ground was in his favour. And then after that, he went to York, just got touched off in a nursery, might have been a little bit unlucky. And then on his final run of the season at Haydock, he disappointed when he was quite well fancied in what turned out to be a good race. The winner, Luthos, arguably Charlie Fellows says his best horse he might have trained as a 2-year-old. But I think Age of Gold is not a pushover. And although Halasan is very short, and I can understand why William Buick is riding him, I thought Age of Gold has still got a lot of potential. So I wouldn't be surprised if he locked horns with Halasan, and he's likely to see the race out. If there is a good gallop, he's likely to see the race out better than Halasan. He's got clearly more stamina in his pedigree. Halasan seems to be a more speedier type. Yep. So that would be just something at the back of my mind if I played.
Especially if Halasan doesn't find, you know, he misses away by half a length or a length and he finds himself 3 deep and posted. I mean, that is a very likely thing of happening. The field's big enough. Whether or not William Buick decides to improve and you know, sort of, if he gets caught 3 deep, he can roll forward and put himself up a little bit and use him a little bit more earlier. But I mean, it's, yeah, I think Age of Gold, yeah, you can definitely make a case for him. But I mean, I think I'm firmly in the corner of Halasan here, and I can understand why people would be. I mean, look, to be fair, I'd be surprised if any pick sixes here tonight don't have Tuz and Halasan as outside of their pick six. I think they're the 2 locks for the night, and I mean, I think you can get better than, for people overseas, I think they can get better than even money for Tuz into Halasan the double. So I mean. Yeah, I think that's probably your safest play for the night. For those, especially at your pick sixes, I wouldn't be going against the 2. That's for sure. Okay, they do appear to be 2 standout choices today, Tuz and Halasan. And then we come to our final race of the night, and we're back on the turf for the Zoho. No need to tell you who sponsors that race. It's worth 300,000 dirhams at 2,810 metres. This is a new contest, and it has attracted a really good field here. It certainly has, and it's great to see that, I mean, these opportunities are coming up on turf early enough in the year for horses that I think will be seen progressing on to potentially a spot in the Dubai Gold Cup on World Cup night. So great to see a few of them arriving earlier, and geez, a number of ways you can go here as well. I mean,
let's start with King of Conquest, shall we? Because he appears to be the pick for Charlie Appleby and William Buick. Last time he actually raced was in a Group 1 in Germany, but here he is at Newmarket. When he ran in that Group 1 in Germany, he was very disappointing, put a line through that. Al Riffa was the winner, very good horse. But this was the Fred Archer Stakes at Newmarket back in the summer. Just very good, very strong.
Visibly, it was a strong performance, that's for sure. And look, hopefully, we're seeing probably a bit of a different track layout compared to what we're dealing with tonight. I mean, it's a 2-turn race here this evening for this race tonight, and I'll be very shocked to see King of Conquest, if he's not winning the race, at least running a strong enough performance. I mean, the run there signifies that he should be running a decent race tonight. And as I said, the confidence with William Buick deciding to be partnered up here with King of Conquest over Castleway in the race, that's confidence in itself as well. So I've sided with him, but I mean, what did you make of other runners outside of the Godolphin pair? I mean, Pridwin makes a very interesting case here. Connor Beasley jumps on for George Scott, and look, I mean, Danny Tudhope and David O'Mara have had good success with Epic Poet over the journey already, and he's another horse that you've got to be given plenty of respect.
Yeah, I thought Epic Poet was interesting. A couple of his best performances have come at York, and at Haydock. I'm not saying Haydock and Meydan are exactly the same, but there are similarities in the way the course is configured. And I thought that Epic Poet might run well. But I ended up siding with Pridwin primarily because I just felt I know he's 7 years old now, just felt that he was improving at the back end of last season. I remember him as primarily an all-weather horse, and he progressed and progressed, and then he had a bit of a lean spell, came back at the back end of last season, went on his travels, won in Germany last time out, having won an Ireland before that. I just get the feeling that he's probably, at the age of 7, finally found himself, so to speak. And I thought he might provide a bit of an alternative to the Godolphin runners, because he stays the trip. We definitely don't know that King of Conquest stays. He suggests that he's going to stay. Castleway was so disappointing last time out. You presume that something ailed him that day and he'll have to come back from that. New London, the other Godolphin runner, he was third in the St. Ledger back in the day, that Group 1 race at Doncaster, but he hasn't really delivered on any of that promise. I felt, sounding like I'm siding with the Brits, I felt it was between Pridwin and Epic Poet, and I went for Pridwin. Just felt that he might be maybe a little bit more open to this sort of test here at Meydan. 2,810 metres at a decent clip might just stretch one or two other rivals.
I'm sure George Scott would have been thrilled when he saw this on the program as potentially a race that they could target outside of some of the the longer distance races back on the back end of the season. Great to see them getting here and racing. I mean, he's earned his rating of 110 and he's a winner over the distance of his last 2. So that, yeah, for sure, he's got to be right into it. But yeah, a nice little race to finish off. Hopefully the voice has still got enough in it, because I mean 14 furlongs is going to be a nice way to start.
I was just going to say, just pace yourself, Pat.
Yeah, exactly.
Pace yourself. But Pridwin for me in the last race, he's got a tickle of weight to give away, but that shouldn't be too many issues. Let's have a look at Pat's picks for the evening.
I've realised that we've only got 2 that are the same, but
the two,
there are a couple that you've made a case for. I sit there and go, oh, I might have overlooked that a little bit.
Don't,
but anyway,
don't. I mean, no. But at least we've gone for the 2 locks.
Yeah, exactly. I think, as I said, overseas, I mean, for people tuning in overseas, I mean, they're offering you better than even money for that double. I mean, you said Asia Gold's potentially a slight threat, but I mean, I think if you're looking for something tonight, I mean, that's probably as clear cut as you'll get. As for pick 6s, as I said on course, I don't think that we'll be getting too many people tipping outside of them. They look 2 very confident chances here on the night, and I think both parties would be going into this just almost spending the prize money already.
Pat, thank you very much. As always, have enjoyed that trot through the 8 races that we have for you here at Meydan. Hopefully, it will be as good as what we enjoyed on Festive Friday. If you didn't see what happened on Festive Friday, here's a reminder.
Racing. Away they go. AJS Falak a little slow, and Mazur having to really get up him early stages, along with Jarwadai and also Dia out the back. AF Alajaj is the leader early, followed by Anaja Mel Wathbar, who travels along well and works across onto the course proper to sit in behind the leader. Racing a little keen now. Ma here to its outside. From Baraka, who's 3 deep down the back. Jazila even deeper, along with Canal de Fost, who's in the first half of the field today. There was a length and a half to Alakam from Mubid, RB second to Nun Quepos. Then came Dia, followed by AJS Falak and Jarwadai out to the end. So they head in search of the 1,000 metres. and it is AF Alajaj who leads them under Tygo Shea. But you could throw a blanket over them here as they swing off the back turn. Mahir second. Baraka's going to have to do it the hard way. Travelling well, but 3 deep and has been the trip. Canal de Fost even deeper, getting an unkindly run. In behind Najamel Wathbar from Alakam, who works through now and travelling strongly. From Mubi, Jazila, Quepos, and Arbi, second to none. Along with the next there, AJS Falak, Dia, Jarwood has been last throughout. AF Alajaj the leader. Baraka goes with him now, but Beasley's already asked him for an effort inside the 500. Next was Mahir, who can't go with the gallop at the moment. Najamel Wathbar was next from Canal de Fost, sticking on, along with Alakam. AF Alajaj given a winning break here by O'Shea. Inside the 300, AF Alajaj 4 lengths now on Baraka, who can't respond. Coming from back in the field, Mubeed with a big run. It's AF Alajaj, Mubeed the threat. AF Alajaj still with 3 lengths in hand. Mubeed picking up big time the outside. Mubeed right over the top in the Al Maktoum Challenge. Big win. Jabba Batar goes back-to-back in the PA's races. Mubeed, some win. AF Alajaj second, Baraka third over. Racing. Rasas was first out of the machines. Bombay Bazaar, Pontos jumped with them. Mick Yass going forward as well. Bill Heil works over to a midfield spot as they all head over to the far side running rail. Cover up next from Ash Shibley and Chanted Life Topper Bill. Pontos has eventually worked over to the lead. Inside the 700 they go, and he'll only just lead them at the moment. Mick Yass the outside, Bill Heil close enough. Bombay Bazaar, Ash Shibley, then came Cover Up, still with 4 to pick up as they come onto the course proper and head over onto the course rail. Then came Rasas, followed by Topper Bill. Enchanted Life drops out of it. Bill Heil is cruising up. Bill Heil with 350 to go puts it to Pontos here. Bill Heil a length on Pontos, who tries to fight back. Cover Up makes ground along with Bombay Bazaar. Bill Heil still with an advantage inside the 200 here, running on. Cover Up from the back. Cover Up picking up really, really good. Bill Heil needs the line. Cover Up late. Cover Up gets him. Cover Up at the shadows of the post wins the Erdajal Dubai Dash. Great finish. Next over was Bill Heil. Brave run. And we are set to go here for race number 3 of the Shahama Stakes. Racing. Away fast the outside Queen Azteca, Tazwaheen, ridden with gusto, Flame of Sunshine. Working up there as well was Zabeel Princess and Ruby Hamilton into a forward spot. A nice spot as well. Then came next in running Secret Combination from Kuchibi Magic Pocket Phone. Queen Azteca has to sneak back to third to last from Reina Rosso. The last one, Parisian Beauty. In search of the 1,000 metres they go here in the Shahama Stakes. And up in front leading the way, Flame of Sunshine leads it. Nice fraction. Zabeel Princess the outside in second, runs along well. 10.89, 13.71, those early sections. Into third position was Ruby Hamilton, who box seats in behind them as the leader two skip away here at the moment. From Secret Combination, Tazwaheen, Pocket Phone the first to throw up the white flag. Queen Azteca next from Kuchibi Magic. Reina Rosso getting mobile from the back. The last one, Parisian Beauty. Into the race running they come here, and it is Flame of Sunshine who heads in, a narrow leader up on the running rail from Tazwaheen. Zabeel Princess drops away. Ruby Hamilton a little plain here in the late stages as they start to really hot it up here with 300 metres to go. Queen Azteca getting a run on with it late. Up in front, Parisian Beauty the leader. Up in front rather it is a Flame of Sunshine the leader from Tazwaheen. Queen Azteca running on. Flame of Sunshine the leader though. Flame of Sunshine's got enough in hand, and Flame of Sunshine comes away to win the Shahama. Flame of Sunshine by 2.5. Queen Azteca a good run, and will take plenty from that. Set to go, Business Bay Challenge. We go 7 furlongs. Data likes them, away we go. Movie Maker slow, Native Approach the same, Eraz out deeper. He's going to have to make a decision very shortly here, but caught 4 deep. Sartu the leader by a half. Gali second, third Silent Defence, and fourth in the 1-1. Working along was Danya, found himself into a nice spot. Then came Ziggy's Dream in 5th, followed there by Sandonato. 3 back on the inside, will require some luck from there. Movie Maker next from Eraz, El Patriota, Native Approach, the last one Tamburrata. The South American Sartu leads them off the back section here, inside the 900 metre mark by a length and a half. He's got away from Gali, who tries to stick with him here at the moment. Racing in isolation in second from Silent Defence, Danya running really well. From Ziggy's Dream, who's going to try and track him, Movie Maker, Sandonato. The race is starting to open up, so he should get a run from there. Then came Eraz, El Patriota, Native Approach, Tamburrata last. Sartu's going to try and do it from barrier to box here. Leads the way by about a length and a half, now 2 lengths. Gali makes chase, deeper out. Danya starts to work into it. Silent Defence still there. Runs from the back. Ziggy's Dream, Movie Maker out from wide there. there was Eraz. It's Satu still leading. Silent Defence makes ground along with next in running Gali. Then came working through Sandonado when it's all too late. Satu still going. Satu inside the 100 metres tries to get there, staving them off, but on the outside, Native approach from last. Native approach over the line. Beats home Sandonado. Third across there was Daniel. He was very brave to the line. Set to go for 1 million dirham. Away. Artorius was the slowest, if any, going back with Clapton. Mestri, Desert Wisdom, Carib, the first three to exit the machines. Artorius is now going to have to be forced to race in the second division. Quality Humour to its inside. Clapton back to last. Mestri from one will lead them out onto the course proper, past the 1,300 metre peg by a length and a half, and going keenly from Desert Wisdom, Carib. Quality Humour fourth. In between runners, Artorius now 2.5 lengths away from the leader in fifth, and Clapton is now out to the end. 13.77, 10.89 those early sections as they head to the 1,000 metres, and it's Mestri by a half here in the Al Maktoum Mile. Leading the way from Desert Wisdom, Quality Humour now up to third from Carib, who's been 3 deep and posted. Artorius keeping him there. Clapton still last and has seen them all the entire way. So down the side they travel. Mestri looking to echo the sentiments of last start and go back to back here. Leading the way by a half, Desert Wisdom now felt for Carib third, fourth. Quality Humour also for an effort. Clapton going backwards here in the late stages here, and Artorius is not going well either. It's Mestri the leader. Mestri inside the 400. This is not a result that we were expecting. Mestri the leader, but Carib and Quality Humour are the challengers. Mestri still trying to go all the way. Carib out after him. Quality Humour third. Clapton and Artorius nowhere to be seen. Mestri by 3 lengths here in the Al Maktoum Mile. Carib the only threat, but it's Mestri's Al Maktoum Mile all the way. 3 lengths on the line. Carib over second. Third, Artorius got going late. We're set to go. Field of 9. 1,800 away. Sean was slow out. He'll head back to his rearward roll, but that's where he likes to be usually. Measured time, straight out to the lead, and we'll get a chance to control it from the front. Cairo second, a length and a half off the leader. From Natural World, Daramethos and Homebrew. Third to last was Royal Dubai, Franz Kafka second to last, and Sean out to the end. Inside the 1,400 metres they're about to go, and measured time extends out along the back. 2.5 lengths in advance of Cairo, who now works up to second. Natural World third, and fourth Daramethos. From Homebrew, Royal Dubai, it was 4 lengths to Franz Kafka, and Sean now last. 14.25, 11.12, 11.09. So fractions are okay for this distance. He's really wanting to ride this confidently at William Buick, and you can understand why. 2.5 in advance of Cairo, who tries to go with the favourite. Natural World next. Daramethos starting to make a little impression. Up to third now from Royal Dubai, Homebrew. Sean up to second to last. Franz Kafka last. Measured time, travelling well, still on the steel past the 700 metres, and the margin has yet to increase. 2.5 on Cairo, who goes with him, but measured time is cruising along up in front. Daramethos given a shake-up. Royal Dubai the same. Homebrew gets up to fifth now from Natural World. Sean still with a lot to do, and Franz Kafka last. He cruises into the straight here, does William Buick on measured time. 3 lengths now, 3.5 to 4 lengths from Cairo, who's being whacked away here. Royal Dubai, Daramethos, they can do no more. Measured time extending away. 6 lengths here in the Al Rashidiyah, and he's got the back-to-back crown sewn up. Very impressive. Welcome back to Dubai. Measured time. 6.5 on the line. Cairo second, Royal Dubai third. Sean's rattled home for 4. To go 1,900, and we are away in the Entisar. He went down on his nose there a little bit, did Syed. Going forward, Walk of Stars. He's going to go up and lead here. Autobahn's going to let him cross over. Dahabi was next from Local Dynasty. Never Show Weakness slides up to the inner. Then came Passion and Glory from In Crowd, Syed, and out to the end was Flying Hunter. In search of the mile they go, and they swing on past, out off to the back part of the course, and it's Walk of Stars leading them. 11.88, 8.31, 11.88. Walk of Stars, 3 parts on Autobahn. Passion and Glory happy to slide up 3 deep here and improve the tempo from Never Show Weakness as they head past the 1,200 metre mark of the race. Next was Dahabi from Local Dynasty. Never Show Weakness in crowd, about 3 lengths off the main pack. A further 2.5 to Syed, and the last one Flying Hunter. Walk of Stars continuing on with it. Autobahn sliding up there to second and still sitting about a length away at the moment. Passion and Glory third as they come in search of the 800 metres. Pace is still very good. Never Show Weakness the inside, continues to track into it with Local Dynasty, and out wider was Dahabi, 3 wide with a back, followed by In Crowd, Flying Hunter and Syed out to the end. It's Walk of Stars, and presenting up on the outside now Autobahn. Autobahn gets within a half of Walk of Stars. Walk of Stars trying to do it the hard way all the way. A half length now on Autobahn, who gives chase. Third in running. Running into it here was Local Dynasty, followed by Dahabi. It's Walk of Stars though. Walk of Stars, could it be the day? Half a dozen clear of Autobahn. Running on late here was Local Dynasty. It is up in front here, running on very, very fast was Walk of Stars, and today is the day. Walk of Stars, impressive. 8 lengths, destroys them in the Entisar. Beats home Autobahn, who's run into second. Third across in line was Local Dynasty. And away we go. Breaking fast, Gold Spur, Rock Walk, Asasi was out fast along with Deciduous. Then came Royal Power, who's out wide, going to work into it. And also Wild Crusade, who's staying wide but working up to the lead. Next in running was Max Mayhem from Intricacy, now back to 7th. Next was on the outside of him New Comedy, followed by Flying Honours. Then came Deciduous, and Kafaf is last. So inside the 2000 they go in the Dubai Racing Club Classic, and it is Gold Spur who eventually goes up to take the lead under Tygo Shea. A half in advance of Wild Crusade. Then came Rock Walk third. Fourth was Royal Power. He's found the 1-1 here. Then came Max Mayhem, 3 back the inside from Asasi. A length and a half to Intricacy. Half a length New Comedy. A length and a half to Deciduous. Half to Royal Flying Honours rather. And the last one there in running was Kafaf. So Gold Spur leads them down the back section, and they're running along at okay fractions. 11.93, 12.74, 12.79. So he's getting an okay run up in front and is not being pestered, Gold Spur. A length and a tail in advance of Wild Crusade. 2.5 lengths back to Rock Walk. Royal Power gets closer, now up to third. Getting a bit of cover there with Wild Crusade tracking him into the race. Asasi was next from Max Mayhem. Then came Intricacy. He's going to need a little luck from back there. He's 5th to last and 4 back on the paint. From New Comedy, then came Deciduous, Flying Honours, and out to the end Kafaf. Inside the 900 they go. Gold Spurs had a dream up in front. Next in running, Wild Crusade. Royal Power is close enough to pounce here. The inside Rock Walk travels well on the back of the leader. Asasi next, peeling out 3 wide now was New Comedy. Intricacy's looking for a way clear. Boxed now in by New Comedy. Max Mayhem 4 back the inner from Deciduous, Flying Honours, and Kafaf has seen them all from the back the entire way throughout. Gold Spur at the 500 leads them here in the Dubai Racing Club Classic. By a length, Royal Power ambles up and cruises up with gusto. Wild Crusade was next. Asasi tracks into it well. Intricacy with a lot to do. Out wide, Kafaf. And also Flying Honours. It's Royal Power, the leader, from Asasi. Deeper out, Kafaf. Kafaf takes the narrow lead here from Asasi. Costa 1 and 2. Asasi fighting back on the inside here. Good go to the line. Kafaf does it. Kafaf just half a head in advance of his stablemate. One for the mantelpiece for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed. And racing. Best line of the night, Shane Ryan saved it for the last. Getting away fast, Mesha Cal working up there early along with Mr. Carfu. Tarkeed in the first 3 from Miss Windtown. Falcon of Arabia works across from the deep. Then came Mesha Cal now back to 5th, followed there by next in running Lafferty, and the last one was Morning. He's out to last. So it is Mesha Cal, the leader, who's working through to the lead now from Falcon of Arabia, Tarkeed, Lafferty 4th. 5th now in running was Mr. Carfu, followed by Morning, who's looking for a way clear at the moment, has a few to its outside, and Miss Windtown is last. It's Mesha Cal. He does like to do this on the occasion and lead from barrier to box, and he's out clear here, and he's the one to chase. 3 lengths in advance of the filly, Lafferty. Falcon of Arabia makes chase along with next in running Mr. Carfu. Tarkeed and Morning have each other company with Miss Windtown, but it's Mesha Cal. He's found his favourite role here this evening, and he's going to be very, very hard to run down here in the last. Mesha Cal for Salam bin Gadaya and Bernardo Pinheiro. Morning out when it's all too late. Mesha Cal from Morning dives. Wavy got there. Wow, Morning has got there in the nick of time. Meshakel second, third over Lafferty, fourth was Mr. Carfu.
New Year to everyone tonight, but I think it's always quite nice to say Happy New Year, especially when you bump into Doug Watson, one of the greats of training out here. Doug, Happy New Year. How was your festive period?
It kind of interrupted the training schedule, so it was fine. It's nice, and they do a real nice job over here. So
back to business. Just go through your runners if you don't mind. Not have to go through every single horse, but let's kick off with Juanese, who runs in the first race. And I wanted to ask you about him because I remember when he was in the UK, I always thought he was a horse of enormous talent. Is he ever going to produce it?
He is a horse of enormous talent, I believe, too, but he's just a bit tricky, and so he takes a large pull in the race and then would run through a wall when it's not, when there's a wall there. So he's a bit difficult, but he's got loads of talent, and we took the hood off him tonight, and we'll see how he goes, but he's in great form at home, ran second his first start, so we've been kind of waiting for this type of race.
Up next you have Oasis Boy and Nayar running against each other. Do you have a pick, or is it one for us just to guess?
Well, I really was impressed with Oasis Boy in his last start. I thought with that long layoff and the way he fought to win the race was very nice. And Nair obviously won very nicely and moving up in the ranks, and he'll get 13 pounds. The 12 hole for Oasis Boy bothers me a little bit, but he's a tough horse, and we'll see kind of what he's made of.
The horses are leaving to head down, so I'll just ask you very quickly about Billy Webster, who I think has done very well since joining your yard. Yeah,
he's a neat horse. He's very small, but he's got a big heart, and hopefully he behaves well. We've been schooling him at the gate, and if he breaks well, he should have a nice chance.
Well, I'll let you go with the rest of the horses, and we'll catch up with you. Hopefully, there'll be winners for you.
Inshallah.
Well, the runners, or the last of the runners for our first race, just coming through. Here's horse number 12, Hester Barrow, the grey, an easy one to spot. Just caught a glimpse of Juanese, who just went ahead of him, Doug Watson's runner, who also looked really well. Here's number 13, one for the Christopher's. This is Magnum Opus, Andrew Slattery riding. Then 14 is Paddock. And the final horse to go, a horse who cost a fair penny, very well bred by Frankel. And one of the Charlie Appleby runners, El Cordobes, who is very lightly raced and open to plenty of improvement. One of the last ones down, and I think that's it. The runners are heading down to the paddock. Pat, it's all yours.
Thank you, Rishi. Yeah, really excited for tonight's program. Really excited for the Zabeel Mile and Dubawi Stakes a little bit later on in the card, but we start off with a magnificent race here, and we're about to head into the yard to see them. Nice big field, getting set here for our first 10 furlong race on the turf here for the season at Meydan, and our first meeting and race for 2025. Really excited. Let's head down to the parade ring and have a look at our runners. So a field of 15 to contest here for this opening event. We race for 300,000 dirham here in the Zabeel turf. Number 2 is our first horse, and that is Mozart, the son of Lahav. Little wide in draw, out in 14 here. Carlos Lopez does the riding here for Niels Peterson. Making its way over here from Scandinavia. It was last seen in a 2,400 metre Group 3, where it was beaten 2 lengths on that occasion, running third. Home Brew is our next horse, 60 kilos, Ben Cohen, Michael Costa, one of 2 runners in here for the stable. He's a 6-year-old gelding by Street Sense, a 5-time winner from his 12 starts. He's had a decorated career so far, and he comes into this event here third up for the season. Number 5, Endless Victory, 4-year-old gelding by Teofilo. He is our international market favourite. William Buick doing the riding here for Charlie Appleby. Last seen at Yarmouth, where he was a 4-length winner there in a 0 to 100. He's off a rating of 101 here, and from gate 2, he's the horse to beat. Number 6 is Rusipant Fowl. We welcome back Nicola Corlery to racing here in Dubai. He's got a nice team of runners. We'll see at the stable on show a few times tonight. Royston French to do the riding here on the Entire by Russian Cross. He was last seen at the races on the 3rd of November. That was on the all-weather at Deauville. He makes his way here for his first run and race in the Middle East. Seven, Asasi, narrowly beaten by his stablemate Kafaf last time to the races. Ray Dawson stays on board. 3-time winner from 10 starts. He's picked up that win 2 starts ago at Abu Dhabi, and last start proved that he handles the turf here at Meydan. He does step back in trip to 2,000 metres here, the son of See the Moon. Eight is Silver Sword, the 5-year-old gelding by Charmed Spirit. Gregory Shane does the riding here for Dylan Cooner, who makes his way here to the UAE with a team of runners. Has had the 19 starts for 3 wins and 5 seconds. Last seen at Southall, beaten by 4 lengths, running second there to Sardinian Warrior. Stormy Ocean's had quite a few runs, albeit at other tracks. 3 runs at Abu Dhabi and a run at Jebel Ali on the dirt for Stormy Ocean, who now makes his way here to the turf at Meydan for his 5th run for the season. Last time out to the races, he was a winner at Abu Dhabi just before the new year, going on to beat Gareth there by 2 lengths. This looks slightly tougher. Intricacy was a forget last time out, didn't get the runs when he needed them, and he has run a lot better than the margin suggests. He's a winning hope here on the card. Tygo Shea does the riding here for Simon and Ed Crisford and KHK Racing. Eleven is One East. Jim Crowley and Doug Watson combined 4 wins from 17 starts, beaten a narrow margin by Johuri back in mid-November. He's had a little bit of a break, 6 weeks in between runs. Hestebero was a winner 3 starts ago and hasn't done much since then, including a run here on the dirt over 2,200 metres. The turf will suit be much more appropriate. Looking forward to seeing how the son of Dubawi recovers here for Ismail Muhammad and Sandro Paiva to do the riding. Another horse coming in with Southall form, that is Magnum Opus for Simon and Ed Crisford, who have multiple runners in the event. Andrew Slattery picks up the ride here at the lightweight of 54.5. Beaten ahead last time out at Southall, and he heads to the UAE for the first time. 14 is Paddock, David O'Mara and Daniel Tudhope coming into this race here, hoping to make his impressions felt here. He's been down the track his last few. We'll see if the trip away might bring back some form here for the son of Wooten Bassett, but he does have a slightly wide draw to contest with. Number 15 in our next horse here is Al Cordobas. Richard Mullen riding for Charlie Appleby, down in the weights here with the 54 kilograms, coming out of a listed race at Newmarket last time out, where he was down the track running 7th, beaten 9 lengths. The son of Frankel steps out for career start 4. We wait on a couple more here. We'll see them as they make their way to the mounting yard very shortly. Number 3 is Sean. He comes back for his second up run for the campaign. He was catching the eye in the late stages, running on as he likes to do. Andrew de Vries partners him once again, the 8-year-old Entire by Acceleration. If he gets the pace early, he should be giving a sight here from the back of the field. And finally, number 1, Blue Trail, the former Godolphin runner, now in the care of Bupat Sema, Suited and Booted Racing Syndicate, and Sarah Robinson. Now partner up with this 6-year-old gelding by Teofilo. We'll hopefully see him run a decent race, but he has to contest from gate 15 of 15. That's our runners here for the opening event. Nice big field here to kick off over 2,000 metres for our first race of 2025.
Well, alongside me is Ed Crisford, part of the team, responsible for a couple of runners in this race, Magnus Opus and Intricacy. Ed, first of all, Happy New Year to you. Magnus Opus, let's deal with him first of all. Last time over a mile, the form didn't really get a boost. The horse that beat him, Kazakh, got beaten after that. But how has he taken to life here?
He's done extremely well out here. We've been running him over the mile in England, but in a view to be stepping him up out here. He's sort of been crying out for 10 furlongs for a while. But he's been, he has showed some good form, and he's been progressing through the summer nicely. So I expect him to run a pretty solid race tonight.
I liked Intricacy. Unfortunately, for various reasons, the last 2 races, things haven't worked out. We saw what happened at Chelmsford in the Void race. And last time, I don't think he ever really got to show what he had in the tank.
No, I agree. He looked a bit rusty. I mean, that race at Chelmsford, he didn't really get the last 2 furlongs of the race, and it was his sort of first run back after Dubai last season. And he definitely looked a little bit rusty, but he's been training really well since that race. And again, hopefully he's just a little bit got his game face on a bit more, and he'll show a bit more improvement.
Thank you for the encouragement. Wish you best of luck with both the runners.
Thanks, Richie.
It is time for our first Best Turned Out Horse Award of the evening, kindly sponsored by PHI Advertising. And in our first race, it has gone to horse number 5, Endless Victory, who's looked after by Mool Singh, and he is in the winner's enclosure now, alongside Mr. Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising, receiving his prize of 650 dirhams. We thank PHI Advertising for their support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. We wish Mool Singh and Endless Victory the best of luck in our opening race, the Zabeel Turf, sponsored by Daman Markets. And we're having a closer look now at horse number 10, Intricacy. We heard from Ed Christopher talking about just being a little bit rusty last time out, but I think that he'll come forward for that. I think he's got a good chance today. There he is, a horse 2 starts back. He was involved in a void race at Chelmsford in the UK, where when turning in, the stalls were still on the course, and so the last couple of furlongs of the race were not able to be run. So he really effectively only had one proper run so far, and that was last time out at Meydan after a relatively long layoff. And he didn't have the cleanest of runs through that race. Took a while before he got rolling. So better expected today from Intricacy. There's horse number 8, Silver Sword, for Dylan Cunha. He's been a really good horse for Connections over the last couple of seasons. His last run came in November at Southwell on the all-weather. Wasn't a bad effort. He's a horse who generally runs his race and is a pretty consistent sort. 5 in the Godolphin colours with the white cap is Endless Victory. For Charlie Appleby, William Buick, a horse who has won 3 of his 5 starts. He's a horse who's clearly capable of a lot more. He's only had those handful of runs, but he put up a couple of disappointing efforts last season. Hopefully whatever ailed him on those 2 runs are behind him, and he'll be able to show his true colours. First time of asking here at Meydan. Very shortly the loading up process will begin, but this is a very competitive race. Obviously Endless Victory looks like a big challenger for Charlie Appleby, who's also got El Cordobez, who cost a lot of money, son of Frankel. Again, he's only had 3 runs. He's shown enough promise in that to believe that there's a lot more to come. Sean for Jamie Osborne's team, he's kept better company over the last season here at Meydan. So whether or not he can translate that into handicap company today over this distance, we shall find out. But generally he ran his races last season, and hopefully he'll benefit from this slight drop in class for Sean today. Just going forward down on the inside, and the black colours with the star on the cap is Rusapant Fal. Nicola Koyari, of course, has got a couple of intriguing runners, including our old pal Batwan, who will be racing later today. But Rusapant Fal having his first start for Nicola Koyari. We've got a bit to find on his very best form, but switching stables might help him find that. Michael Costa with a couple of runners, Homebrew and Asasi. Asasi ran really well behind stable companion Kafaf last time out. Homebrew ran in the race that Measured Time won on Festive Friday. Didn't show his best on that occasion. Better hopefully expected today. So the loading up process well underway for our first race of the evening here at Meydan. Good card ahead of us. Let's head up to the commentary box and join Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Looking forward to this opening race and back to the 2,000 metre mark here on the turf. Good to see the full back straight in play here. It's a one-turn race, but there is so much straight both on the back and the front here that they must cover, and it does give quite a few of these jockeys who have drawn a little wide plenty of time to get their horse into a groove and also find a position before that back turn. So here's Warnice loading away here very shortly. Jim Crowley doing the riding in these colours that we see him in all so often. Stormy Ocean, 5th up for the campaign here, and making his way to Meydan for the first time this season. Blue Trail, now in the colours of Suited and Booted Racing. He'll come in and off the equal higher rating of 105. Here's El Cordoba. Richie Mullen engaged in the Royal Blue here tonight in a number of races. Sean about to load away for Ardrey de Vries. Mozart to load away up into 15, Blue Trail. Blue Trail loads away. We're set here. First race of 2025. Away. And they all broke to a nice clean start. Silver Sword, Blue Trail heading up in the early stages with Endless Victory, Rusapant Fal the rail. Hestebero up in the first half dozen with El Cordobas, Homebrew and Asasi, the stablemates together. It was a length and a half, just worse than midfield, sees Magnum Opus along with Sean, who's got 4 behind him, make that 5. Intricacy, Warnice off the track, Paddock up on the inside, Stormy Ocean, and Mozart is last.
Blue Trail's running his own race out wider, and Pat Cosgrave is going to use all of the straight to eventually get across, and he's racing very keenly. He's out by 4.5 lengths on Rusip and Fell in second. Third was Endless Victory. From next in running there, Silver Sword, followed by a Hester Barrow and El Cordobas. 2.5 lengths to Asasi, 1.5 lengths to Homebrew, running alongside War Nice. Then came Intricacy Sean, followed by, next over there was Magnum Opus from Stormy Ocean, Paddy Shack, and Mozart is last. Well, Pat Cosgrave wants to get this over and done with. He's now 8 lengths clear as they swing off the back here. On the former Godolphin runner, Blue Trail. Now 10 lengths from Rusip and Fell. The rest of these are going to want to get on their bike. Endless Victory was next from a Hester Barrow, Silver Sword. Running around them was War Nice. Then came El Cordobas, Homebrew. Best of the rest was Asasi, and he's running along at the back. Sean trying to make some ground. Blue Trail still in the lead here as they swing the bend by 8 lengths. They are closing ranks slightly. Next was Rusip and Fell. Endless Victory, now a half dozen off the leader who starts to tire. Here are the runs. A Hester Barrow. Sean looking for a run up the inside. Silver Sword looking to go through. Here's Asasi down the outside presenting. Asasi from War Nice. A Hester Barrow. Endless Victory trying to pick up Asasi, still the leader. Trying to go one the better from last start. Endless Victory trying very, very hard, but Asasi's got it beat. Asasi going on to win, a well-deserved victory. El Cordobas knocks off Endless Victory for second. Godolphin 2 and 3 from a Hester Barrow. Next over was Paddy Shack from next over War Nice, Stormy Ocean, Mozart. Silver Sword knocked up. Sean didn't get his run. Then came Magnum Opus, Intricacy, followed by Homebrew, Rusip and Fell. And after leading all the way and giving some sight, Blue Trail goes on to run last. Asasi, Ray Dawson, Michael Costa, 2 minutes 1:4. We'll confirm that time very shortly, but he has swooped up on the outside, and Hazard, Michael Costa, got this horse running very, very well. As we know, he was off the scene for quite some time, almost 500 or 600 days between starts. They've brought him back in off a long break, and that picks up his second win for the campaign, along with a narrow second to Kafaf to go with that. He's turning a bit of money into the stable here is Asasi, and Ray Dawson has partnered him for a good chunk of the way and gets a well-deserved win once again on board. The Zabeel Turf by Demand Markets and Demand Securities goes to Asasi. Number 7 beats 15, 5 and 12.
Second last time, a winner tonight. Asasi given plenty of time to get into the race by Ray Dawson. Turn for home, obviously Blue Trail getting tired, but Asasi had clear sailing. William Buick and Endless Victory looked poised to play a significant part here and runs really well in defeat, but Asasi fit, fresh and well after that excellent run last time out. Powers home down on the outside. El Cordobas has run on strongly from the back. That's another promising run from him. Hester Barrow showed up quite well. Connections of Paddock would also be encouraged by that effort. I think may have just got fourth. We'll wait for the confirmation there. But Asasi, widest of all into the straight, produced a really strong, sustained run. Obviously, Blue Trail took them along at some very quick fractions in the early part of the race as Pat Cosgrave steered a wide course, tracked over to the rail. Sean was never able to get a clean run in behind, probably a bit better than that. But in the end, Michael Costa continues his excellent run of form. That is a 20th win of the domestic season for him. Fantastic effort so far. Ray Dawson as well has had a very good time of things. I think that was his 10th winner of the season as well. So as a combination, they're doing very well this season. And Asasi, a horse who seems to have really picked up. Obviously, he's been kept busy through the back end of last year, but that run at Meydan last time out was a really good effort behind his stable companion Kafaf. Kafaf obviously runs later on tonight. In the last race, he's stepping up in distance. Asasi stepped back in trip from 2,410 meters last time to tonight's distance of 2,000 meters, and that seemed to really suit him. He finished off his race with real gusto. So well done to Michael Costa once again, and to Connections of Asasi.
Numbers here in the Zabeel Turf: 7, 15, 5 and 12. Asasi gets the win, 2 minutes and 0.15. Margins 1 3/4 by a short head. 7, 15, 5 and 12. Race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome back the winner of our first race, the Zabeel Turf, sponsored by Daman Markets, by Daman Securities LLC. By See the Moon out of Octavine, ridden by Ray Dawson, trained by Michael Costa, owned by His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. A round of applause for Assassi! Well, the first winner at Meydan of 2025 is Assassi, and Ray Dawson was the man in the saddle. Looking forward to hearing his assessment of the performance. Well done, Ray. Congratulations. First winner of the new year here at Meydan. And it all went pretty smoothly, I would imagine, from your point of view.
Yeah, I mean, if I ever wanted a race to go as smooth as that, you know, it was perfect, really, especially from that draw. He was very unlucky last time, and he's ran very well all year. So, yeah, delighted for the horse and delighted for Sheikh Ahmed, the whole Jabal Ali team.
When Blue Trail was going that fast in front, it seemed as if everyone just let them do their own thing. But where you were, could you tell what was going on?
To be honest with you, from that draw, I was just hoping to get mid-div, and luckily enough, I was tracking Will Buick, which is never a bad person to be tracking. So I did notice he was quite far ahead, but I was riding my own race, and I knew my horse had a lot of gears if we could get the right kind of run around, and he showed it today that he's got a lot of class.
And also, last time he obviously ran over further. It seemed to me that he hit the line really hard tonight.
Yeah, he's a funny horse. He'd probably stay 2 miles if he'd settle, but he's got speed. He's almost too genuine for his own good, you know. He just kind of wants to do a little bit too much, but he's very versatile trip-wise.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight has been given 7, 15, 5 and 12. 7, 15, 5 and 12. Assassi, your winner, 2 minutes, 1:05. 1 3/4 by a short head. 7, 15, 5 and 12. Correct weight, race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first presentation of the evening after the running of the Zabeel Turf, sponsored by Daman Markets by Daman Securities. We are delighted to welcome to the stage Mr. Samer Morshid, CEO of Daman Markets by Daman Securities, and we thank them for their sponsorship on this exceptional evening of racing at Meydan. Oh, what an excellent start to the evening as Asasi wins our opening race for Michael Costa, ridden by Michael Dawson in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. And we are delighted to welcome to the stage His Excellency Mohammed Al Shahi to receive on behalf of the team. Congratulations. Well, Meydan, I hope you're ready for the first Faces at the Races of 2025. It is the first of, I'll say it one more time, Faces at the Races. And we are in this fine hospitality area here at Meydan, looking for what we hope will be a big, bright smile, and that will earn one person the opportunity of 500 dirhams. And it might, yes, I think we've already found a winner. My goodness, how quick was that? That's because that's a stunning smile. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our first winner of Faces at the Races tonight. That young lady has won 500 dirhams. Now, all she has to do, and we love you too, we really do, it's love all around, as was once said in song. All you have to do is find your way to the reward center at Gate 2. Things have changed. It's no longer Concourse B. You head to Gate 2 and pick up 500 dirhams, and that's the reward for being so smiley, so lovely, and the first winner of 2025 of Faces at the Races.
He was very unlucky last time in his run.
Garden and in between Street Cry and Curling. It's quite empty here at the moment, but this is a great spot. If you're hanging around somewhere at Meydan, you want to come up and have a look at the runners up close in this lovely area before they get down to the paddock, then get up here and take the opportunity, because if the camera just turns round, you'll find all the horses just a stone's throw away, and you can get really close to these horses and have a look at them. Let's just pick up a couple. Let's have horse number 9, who's just going in front of our camera at the moment. That's Athan, one of the runners for Fawzi Nas. 10 is Nayar, the horse that I liked, one of 2 in the race for Doug Watson. He looks on good terms with himself. 11, just about to go down as O'Knight. And then somewhere in the distance, we'll find a couple of, if your camera goes to the right, I think the Bhupat Simar runners are still in the pre-parade ring over to the far side. One of those there, you can just about pick out horse number 4, which is Kanjar. That, of course, that's for Musaba Al-Maheri. But also there, I think, is Straight and Level, horse number 5. They're all still to come out. There is number 2, Lassadud, for the Bhupat Simar team. He's just about to head out now. So a few runners still to go. But if you do get the opportunity, please come up this end, because you can get up close to these horses, and it's also nice and quiet as well. So it's peaceful surroundings to see the horses nice and relaxed before they go out to compete. So if you can get up to the pre-parade ring area, then this is a great spot just to watch the world and horses go by.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Looking forward to hopefully seeing a few people up there utilising those wonderful little spots there to get a little bit of a different experience here at the races. Here is number 1, Oasis Boy, the 5-year-old colt by Asiatic Boy. Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs combine here. He was very brave last time out to go on and score by a neck. He will have to be just as brave from here as he does come into this event here, drawing 13 of, well, was 13, but he'll now be in 12 of 12. So we'll have to be good from the gate, but should take plenty of fitness from that first up win. Number 4 is our next horse, Kanjar. Sandro Paiva on the son of Kodiak here for Musaba Al-Maheri. Got that form there, running second to Imperial Emperor. Was beaten 7.5 lengths on that occasion, but was best of the rest out of that race, and strikes a similar graded field this time around. Kanjar, one here for Musaba Al-Maheri, one of multiple runners for the stable. Number 6 is our next runner. That is Al Jadaf. He's having another start this season. He's had 3 already. And he's been down the track, certainly not echoing the sentiments of last season, where he was wonderful in his start. He hasn't really been able to get the ball rolling, but he sticks to the mile, finds a similar race here, and we'll be hoping to hopefully run a good one here, 4th up, so fitness should be no query whatsoever. 12, Cupid's Dream. Andrew Slattery picks up the ride here for Musaba Al-Maheri and Local Creator Racing. He does draw 12, now 11. The horse here who was impressive behind Valdivia last time out, running 3rd. He should take a little bit more improvement from that maiden run. And even though he comes up against proven company here, he is down in the weights. Seven, Crown Estate will spot the black cap here for Javier Ziani, Salim bin Gudaya. He was 4th, beaten 4 lengths last time out to the races at Doncaster over 1,400 metres. That was the 26th of October. So he makes his UAE debut here, the son of Dubawi, and heads into this offer a freshen up to 1,600 metres, where he was a winner over this distance at Salisbury 3 starts ago. Meydan Dubai is another one for the yard. Bernardo Pinheiro will ride Meydan Dubai here. He's been beaten a distance his last couple, but do not fret. He's one that will put in a few duck eggs before popping up every now and then. So we've always got to keep a close eye on Meydan Dubai when that run may be. Straight and Level gets a 1.5 kilo advantage now on Oasis Boy, and a better draw once again. He was close enough there, beaten 1.5 lengths, and found a little bit more there in the late stages. Hopefully, if he finds himself into a nice spot, he'll be giving a sight. Eighth and number 9 is our next horse to look at, the son of Orpin. He's had the 2 runs at Jebel Ali and Abu Dhabi, both over the mile, and he's been down the track on both occasions. Would need to be drastically improving, but returns to Meydan, third up here, or a track that he's done his best work at so far in his career. 10 is Nayar for Oscar Chavez and Doug Watson, the last start winner. He steps up in class here to an 80 to 100. But looks a horse that will take plenty of progression. That win should give him plenty of confidence. One to keep an eye on from a good draw. Number 11, O'Night, had to dig deep to go on and win, and he got the nose down where it counted to knock off Gamekeeper last time out to the races. He returns here, 4 wins from 10 starts, looking to make that 5 tonight. So a couple more to have a look at. Back up to the top of the order. Number 2, Lasso Dude. We've littered with last start winners in this event. Lasso Dude was a winner at Jebel Ali last time to the races, and he went on to score there in the Shadwell Stakes. He returns back to Meydan here. He was second here 2 starts ago to Imperial Emperor. Good enough form. Hopefully we see him running a race. Last one will be Deep Hope, and he'll be late to the yard here, so we await his arrival, and we'll see him very shortly. And coming down the race here, number 3, our final horse in Deep Hope. Pat Cosgrave and Bhupat Seema combine here. He's had the 1 start at Jebel Ali, where he's beaten a distance on that occasion. Returns here to potentially a more suitable surface, but does have to contest the Meydan dirt for the first time. So quite a few question marks, Deep Hope, even though he has drawn the ace. Dream, Andrew Slattery picks up the...
Well, it is time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for race number 2, and is gone to horse number 12, Cupid's Knight. And I am just looking over my shoulder where I am finding the person who's responsible for making Cupid's Knight look so beautiful in the paddock, and that is Canvez Khan. There he is, looking like he is enjoying every single moment of this. Alongside him is Mr. Mohammed Morsi, the General Manager of PHI Advertising, handing over the 650 dirhams to Canvez Khan. We wish him and Cupid's Dream the best of luck in this race, and we thank Mr. Mohammed Morsi and PHI Advertising for their support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award here at Meydan. Here's a horse who's a big contender in this upcoming Sword of Honour Stakes. That is Oasis Boy, one of the runners for Doug Watson. Pat Dobbs in the saddle, drawn out in stall 13, a little bit awkward, but clearly if this horse is at his best and he's able to overcome that draw, he is a big player here. He ran in good company last season, ran in Saudi on Saudi Cup night, and also ran on Dubai World Cup night, put up a performance which was not in keeping with his true ability. But we heard from Doug Watson before he made his seasonal comeback, which was back in December, that things didn't quite work out for him last season, but he returned with a very smart performance to win last month, seeing off Magic Petition by a neck. Now, the official winning margin was just a neck. However, he probably had a little bit more in hand on that occasion, Oasis Boy, because he got struck with the whip of another rider in the closing stages, and he had a bit of ground to make up, yet he managed to go through with the effort, and he won with a little bit more dominance than the official winning margin suggested. And there's more to come from this son of Asiatic Boy. Horse number 2 is Lassadud, one of the runners from Bupat Simar, who's got, again, a very strong hand in this race. And this horse put up a very fine effort at Jebel Ali to beat Alzim last time out. Prior to that, he ran okay behind Imperial Emperor, his stable companion, and Imperial Emperor has subsequently come out and won really impressively here at Meydan last month. So the form is good for Lassadud. He's got a decent draw in stall number 6, Jim Crowley in the saddle. He's got a very good chance here. One of a number of runners that you can make a very positive case for. Horse number 10 is Nayar, the second of the Doug Watson runners. He's had 2 starts this season, showed a lot of promise last season during his racing in the UAE, and his 2 starts so far resulted in a promising first run here on the 6th of December when he was 4th behind O'Night, and of course O'Night is in tonight's lineup Danny Tudhope seemingly choosing him from the Musaba Al Maheri stable. But Nayar came forward significantly from that run and then won nicely, beating Atlantic Sky last time out in a handicap. He's obviously stepping up in class and we'll have to find a little bit more. But his style of racing so far suggests that there's more to come from him. He's got a decent draw in stall 4. You imagine that Oscar Chavez would want to be pretty handy on him, and I'm pretty certain that he is a big player as well. I mean, the 3 horses that we've mentioned, you can easily see why all 3 of them could potentially win this race. And the same sort of comments could apply to Straight and Level, who was a promising horse stateside, and he produced a very good run behind Oasis Boy last time out when Oasis Boy overcame that little bit of trouble in running. And Straight and Level showed enough encouragement on that first run in almost a year to suggest that he's going to be a player in this race and in upcoming races as well. Just a natural progression, a little bit more sharpness, race fitness for Straight and Level in 8 for Tygo Share. And there's been a little bit of international support on the international markets for Cupid's Dream, another for Musaba Al Maheri. He ran with a great deal of promise last time out here at Meydan. That was over 10 furlongs. He's dropping back in trip, but if you look back at the race last time out, where he looked to have the race won, all bar the final furlong, Cupid's Dream, then you'd definitely be positive about the drop back in trip tonight for this horse. He has got stall 12 to overcome, but Andrew Slattery is certainly capable of helping him do that. So lots of intriguing contenders for this Sword of Honour Stakes. It's worth 250,000 dirhams. And Pat Comerford is standing by to call this race. I'm sure he's got a view or two.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. Very exciting race, and just having a look there at the overseas markets. Lasso Dude now trending into favouritism, and as you mentioned there before, Cupid's Dream has received quite a bit of attention as well out in the market at an each way quote. Here's Can Jar coming up into line. He'll spot the black cap, Cupid's Dream to load forward, and here's Oasis Boy coming up into his outside alley. So we go here. Over 8 furlongs, centre run, and away we go. Meydan Dubai dwelled a little bit. Deep Hope the same, and is being mustered forward the inside. Nayar working up into an early spot with Lasso Dude deeper out, Straight and Level. And Oasis Boy is going to press on here despite being 6 deep as they head out onto the course proper. From next in running, Al Jadaf, then came Kanjar, O-Night in that wide train, deep with cover. Athan was next. Cupid's Dream's going to go out 5 deep here for Slattery as they work along the back trying to get into the race here. Next was Lasso Dude dropping back, passed by Meydan Dubai, and the last one there was Crown Estate. So down the back they travel and they head within the 1,000 metre mark, and the early clocks there were 13.96, 10.76. So going along fast enough, and Nayar hits the lead under Chavez. From Straight and Level who's being pushed along, Oasis Boy deeper out. Cupid's Dream's been no better than 5 deep. Deep Hope works up the inner. Then came Al Jadaf from Kanjar trying to be sooled into it from Meydan Dubai, who's cutting ground on the inside. Then came next in running Crown Estate from O-Night dropping back along with Athan and also Lasso Dude. It is Deep Hope who works through the inside, hasn't gone around a horse so far. Naya was next from Al Jadaf as the inside opens up. Meydan Dubai's got plenty of room to come through. Cupid's Dream was next from Straight and Level. It's Al Jadaf who hits the lead. Meydan Dubai plodding away the inside with Naya, Deep Hope, Straight and Level down the outside, making good runs. Here was Crown Estate. It's Al Jadaf, Meydan Dubai the rail, Crown Estate deeper out. Salam bin Gadai's runners everywhere pouncing, but the outside, it's Crown Estate. Crown Estate over the top. Crown Estate goes on to win the Sword of Honour Stakes. Beats home his stablemate Meydan Dubai. What great result there for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan. Al Jadaf next over for Straight and Level. Then came Kanjar, Nayar knocked up. Cupid's Dream got an unkindly run throughout. Lasso Dude was next from Deep Hope, who knocked up. Oasis Boy never figured. Athan was next over with O-Nights, and they were the last 2 to cross over. Javier Ziani picks up potentially his first win for the season as well. And he's done it here at Meydan with Crown Estate. Great result here for Salam bin Gadai. Meydan Dubai, the heavens opened up for him. He loves to come through, but he just wasn't able to reel in Crown Estate, who goes on to pick up the win here off the rating of 91. And the start to the UAE career is a winning one for Crown Estate here. Winner's time 1:37.96. Margins around 1 length by a neck. 7, 8, 6 and 5 there. Great performance for the Salim bin Gudaya yard, one to remember.
Absolutely a fantastic effort from Crown Estate. Have a look at the path he takes here. He's widest of all into the home straight, the son of Dubawi out of a Shamadal mare. He's very well bred. It was actually bred by the Queen in the UK, and he has produced an excellent finishing effort as he wore down. He goes past Nayar, and then Al Jadaf, his stable companion, Made in Dubai, is making ground up on the inside. I think he might have just got second going past Al Jadaf. But this is an excellent first effort in the UAE for Crown Estate. Xavier Ziani back in action here at Meydan, but turning into the straight, he was widest of all into the home straight. But when you consider this was his first run since October, his first run on the dirt, first run here in the UAE, that's a marvelous first go for Crown Estate as he powers away down on the outside. Naya had the run of the race in the early part of the contest, was then forced wide. I think as Deep Hope drove up on his inside and then just put him out of stride, but he backed out of it a little bit tamely right at the end. Oasis Boy raced out wide early, could never get into it. Lassadude, I think Jim Crowley had to take a pull on him after the first couple of furlongs, and his chance just seemed to go there. But have a look at the closing stages once again. A very awkward trip through the race, coming widest of all in the home straight. First run here, first run on dirt, first run since switching stables to Salim bin Gudaya. A marvellous start to his career in the UAE and his career for Salim bin Gudaya, for Crown Estate. A horse that I presume, judged on this, we'll be hearing a lot more of in weeks and months to come.
And those numbers there are the Sword of Honour Stakes confirmed, 7, 8, 6 and 5. 7, 8, 6 and 5. Crown Estate, your winner. Winner's time 1:37.96 and margins confirmed. One by ahead, 7, 8, 6 and 5.
Time to welcome back the winner of our second race, the Sword of Honour Stakes, sponsored by Daman Markets, by Daman Securities LLC, by Dubawi out of Castle Lady, ridden by Xavier Ziani, trained by Salim bin Gudaya, 1-2 for him, owned by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Let's salute the winner. It is Crown Estate. Well, our winning rider, Zabeel Ziani, just confirming his weight after that effort from Crown Estate in our Sword of Honour, our second race here at Meydan. It's great to have Zabeel back with us. Congratulations, lovely to see you again.
It's been a while, huh? It's been a while.
Where have you been?
Well, I was here around, but you know what? I can't even win a bloody Meydan. And tonight I'm winning a Carnival race, so, you know, when you are on a good one, it makes the difference.
Did you know you were on a good one? Did you know you were on a horse that was good enough for this?
If I'm very honest with you, yes, I knew.
Ah, okay.
I've just been lucky because last week the gallop didn't go the way it was meant to be, and probably Bernardo didn't notice, but I knew I was on a good chance today. Look, it's a good purchase. He's a son of Dubawi. We just bought him. He's a fresh comer. We bought him at the October sale, Tata sale, and he was a horse for Her Majesty, so they were hoping quality. And when you have a son of Dubawi and you put him on the sand, you see different horse.
Just tell me about the way the race unfolded, because you came widest of all into the home straight.
I don't want to talk about the way I rode because it was not the best, but I was just on the best horse tonight.
Well done, and it's great to see you back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our second race of the evening, the Sword of Honour Stakes, sponsored by Daman Markets by Daman Securities. And once again, we'd like to welcome up to the stage Mr. Samed Morshid, the CEO of Daman Markets by Daman Securities, and we thank them for their support of this very important night, an excellent night of racing here at Meydan. A terrific start to his UAE career for the winner, Crown Estate, and he was owned by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, trained by Salim bin Gidaya, and given a fabulous ride by Zabeel Ziani. And we are delighted to welcome all the way from Paris in France, Zabeel's mother, and that is Hawa Ziani, who is now coming forward to receive on behalf of the winning team. Many congratulations. And paying tribute to the achievements of Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, who recently graduated from the Sandhurst Military Academy in the UK with receiving both the Sword of Honour and the Sword of Excellence. And our previous race was the Sword of Honour. We now have the Sword of Excellence, and the runners are now parading in the pre-parade ring just behind me. Let's pick up some of the contenders. Here is number 3, Bat1, and there is on his back end, you'll just pick up the bat symbol, send out a signal for the Batman, or the Batwan as it is in this case. He has been a terrific performer for Nicolas Coyery. He hasn't quite been in his best really in the last year or so. In fact, last season here at Meydan, he ran some promising races but never really got it all going. But let's hope that even though he's now one of the elder statesmen in this race, he's 10, there's another 10-year-old in Mikyas, that there's still a little bit of fire burning in Batwan's heart. So he's one of the contenders for this race. Behind him is horse number 4, Regib, the chestnut. He's actually got a pedigree for further, and he's been doing most of his work over further, but he's dropping back to 1,200 metres tonight. Not entirely encouraged if that's what he wants, but he does represent a stable in excellent form, that of Michael Costa. Behind that is horse number 6, Billy Webster, for Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs. Billy Webster has done really well since transferring to the Doug Watson team. He's 2 from 2 so far. That, of course, came at Jebel Ali. He's back onto the turf. That shouldn't be an issue. It'll be interesting to see, though, if he can translate the improvement to the turf that he's shown recently at Jebel Ali. Behind him is Bombay Bazaar, who came back to form last time out over what I felt was an inadequate trip over 5 furlongs here behind Cover Up and Bill Hale. He ran on strongly on that occasion, and I think back at 6 furlongs today will really suit him, so I think he's a big player. Behind that, horse number 8, Action Point, was a pretty smart 2-year-old in the UK, when with Archie Watson. He's now with Salim bin Gadaya, and I think he's got the ability to enjoy racing out here, but whether this might be a little bit beyond him at this stage, that's potentially a question mark. Now behind that is a horse who's been a real top-class servant for his owners and connections over the years. That's number 1, Emirati Anna. He's now with Jamie Osborne, but in his previous incarnations with Kevin Ryan, a Group 1 winner, but he's done really well for Jamie Osborne. In fact, won last time out, did really well here last season. And I think he's a big player here tonight, even though he's got to give weight all around. Emirati Anna, he's drawn in stall 2, Adra de Vries taking the ride. Behind him is another one of the older horses. That's number 2, Mikyas, who, like Batwan, is 10 years old. Didn't run with a great deal of promise last time out behind Cover Up, so he'll have to find a little bit of improvement of what we've seen. So those are the contenders that are based here, and we started with him, so why don't we finish with the White Knight, Batwan.
Race number 3 is the Sword of Excellence Stakes, sponsored by Zoho. We head into our first horse, and our first runner to have a look at, that is the 9-year-old by Shamadal Emirati Anna. Great to have him back here in the UAE. He comes in off the rating of 104, carrying the 62 kilos, 2.5 more than he carried when we saw him last here in the Al-Quoz Sprint. He's first up here for Jamie Osborne and Barrett Racing, hoping to kick off with a nice victory here in his first up run. A good chance in this straight 6 event. Here's Mick Yass, the 10-year-old by Oasis Dream. He's off 102. Oscar Chavez does the riding here for Rashid Borsley. He is the equal oldest horse in the race here. We've got a couple of older runners certainly in the twilight of their careers. Mick Yass is certainly one of those. He's had the 16 starts only, though, for the 4 wins and 2 seconds. And we saw him last time here and he was beaten a distance there by Cover Up. Might appreciate the step up to 6 furlongs here this late in the career. Well, he's 10 years old now, but he's had 56 starts, has Batwan, the son of Kendigant. He's had 5 wins and 12 minors from his 56 starts, and he's been down the straight here on a number of occasions. Batwan, he draws out a little wider, but it's a small enough field with only 13, so we'll hopefully see him making his way down the centre of the course in this 3rd event. Number 4 is Ragib. He's a new addition here to the stable of Michael Costa. He's a 5-year-old gelding by New Approach. He's had the 9 starts so far, last seen at Ayr, where he was a winner in a 0-90 over a mile. This is a nice starting point for him, but we'll expect to see him over a bit more ground. Five is Silky Wilkie from Middleham Park Racing, Alex XI and E. Burke. Carl Burke does the training here, and we welcome Sam James here to Meydan to partner this runner. He was on board last time out at Southall on the all-weather over 6 furlongs. Heads back onto the turf here and down the straight. Well, we haven't seen Billy Webster on grass since he was down the straight at Ascot over 1,000 metres back in June. His 2 runs here so far in the country have been wins, both on the dirt at Jebel Ali. Fitness will be no query coming into this 3rd up, but back onto the turf here for the first time in this campaign. They may have gone a little slick for Bombay Bazaar last time out over 1,000 metres. He'll appreciate the step up to 1,200. He's only beaten 1.25 lengths on that occasion. He's a winning hope here. Number 8 is Action Point, the son of Blue Point, for Salam bin Ghaniya, Bernardo Pinheiro. Last seen in a listed contest overseas. He's made his way here to the UAE. We'll see if another new addition can go well for the stable. Looking to go a race-to-race double here are the yard. Number 9 is Topper Bill. Look, a good run from him wouldn't shock. He's got a slightly wide draw here in 12 of 13. If he finds some cover, we've seen him run well here in the past. He was a winner around 12 months ago under Case Albacete here down the straight. Keep a close eye on him. Shibley was down the track, beaten a distance by Cover Up last time out. Again, probably found that race a little slick. He drops back here to a handicap and finds himself an easier contest. Let's hope for an improved run. Story of Light was over a mile last time out. He drops back here to a sprint trip. So it was a quick trip up to 8 furlongs. He's now back to a suitable distance, but he was not too far off them. Beaten 3 3/4 last time out in behind King of Time. So we'll see if we get some fitness that shines through here thanks to that run. Connor Beasley rides Rasas for the stablemate of Story of Light for Sky Racing. He was in behind Cover Up there, beaten 7 lengths A trip out to 1200 metres will be a plus also. 13 is King's Call for Dylan Cooner. Ray Dawson will do the riding here at the 53 kilograms. Last seen at Doncaster in a listed event behind La Bellotta. Back to a handicap and more suitable company.
Well, PHI Advertising powering our best turned out horse award tonight here at Meydan, and in our third race, the Sword of Excellence Stakes, sponsored by Zoho. It's gone the way of number 4, Ragib. Ragib is currently looked after by Abdul Jalil Thalith, and he's in the winner's enclosure now, alongside a man who is always best turned out, Mr. Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising. And in fairness, Abdul Jalil is not doing too badly himself. One of the best beards of the night here at Meydan, and he is hoping that Ragib can win our third race of the evening. Best of luck to them, and once again our thanks to PHI Advertising. And looking at some of the leading contenders for this Sword of Excellence Stakes, sponsored by Zoho. Just a bit on his toes, his horse number 7, Bombay Bazaar for Tiger O'Shea and Bhupat Seema, ran really well last time out. As I was saying, I thought that the 5 furlong trip was just a fraction on the short side. He stayed on nicely, wasn't beaten that far by Cover Up, who's also staying on well. Bill Hale split the two, and that's pretty good form. Bill Hale ran a fine race in the Alquoz last season, so Bombay Bazaar has an obvious chance, and he's likely to play a part. And there is horse number 5, Silky Wilkie, for the Midland Park team, and Carl Burke. Sam James doing the steering. This horse, I remember being at Musselburgh for his win back in 2023. Very impressive. He's got plenty of pace, and he's certainly got a little bit of class about him. His last run came on the all-weather at Southall in the middle of December. He's drawn in stall 11, but I think if he can get away, get handy, and get into a good rhythm, I think that he's also on the short list of contenders for this third race. Last couple going down to post. One of them is Rassas, who was behind Bombay Bazaar in that race behind Cover Up here on Festive Friday. Also heading down is Action Point, set now with Salim bin Gadaya, who's had a winner on the card. That was a taking performance from Crown Estate in our previous race. Bernardo Pinheiro is doing the riding on Action Point, last seen running in Sweden at Bro Park back in September. He's a horse who's always been well regarded. I remember him as a 2-year-old with Archie Watson. Archie Watson thought quite a bit of him, this son of Blue Point. And he certainly showed some good ability on occasions, but probably a little bit to prove today in this sort of company against race-fit rivals. We're looking at Al Shibli in the colours of Mr. Nasser Asker at the moment for Musaba Al-Mahiri, and Sandra Paiva was well behind a couple of rivals in that race on Festive Friday, behind Cover Up, also behind the likes of Bombay Bazaar and Rassas. So a bit to prove. There is 13 King's Call for the Hold My Beer Syndicate and Gulf Racing Club, trainer Dylan Cunha, a horse who was capable of some useful form back in the UK. Not a bad effort at York, 2 starts back when behind End of Story, having his first start here this season, so a little bit of a chance taken with him, but Dylan Cunha had Silver Sword run a little bit earlier. King's Call, if he's at his absolute best, considering how lightly raced and young he is, there's definitely more to come from him. Maybe this will be the start of it here at Meydan. There's the grey, very easy to spot. Batwan, I say grey, he's now white really. Hopefully he'll do a bit better this season than he did, and have a little bit better luck than he had last season as well. Adridavis has just jumped off Emirati Anna. Nothing untoward. We'll pick up what we can in just a moment. But Emirati Anna is definitely on the short list of contenders for this evening, having run such a fine race, or had run fine races here last season, and showed that he was still capable of running well, ran very well behind T-Spirit when we saw him last time out at Beverley. A reproduction of that sort of run would put him in the mix. Probably need a little bit more, but it appears that there might be a little bit of a delay. And that's because horse number 12, Rassas, is going to be reshod. His near 4 requires a new racing shoe, so there will be a slight delay to our third race.
Thank you there, Rishi. 2 minutes to post time here, and we're just having a look into the current state here. As you can see, a few riders just getting off, allowing their horses some time to have with their riders off their backs. Number 12, a reshod to the near 4, so Farrier underway and at work with number 12, Rassas. And as you can see here on screen as well, number 2, Mikyas, Oscar Chavez's mount here, is being resaddled behind the stall. So a reshod of number 12 and a resaddle of number 2 here ahead of the third.
Well, I'm standing in the paddock now, just observing what's going on, and I've found Tom Hughes, who runs the Hold My Beer Syndicate, and of course they have King's Call running here. And I was talking about him earlier on, Tom, just saying that he's still lightly raced, he's still a young horse, so there's clearly improvement to come. but is it enough for tonight's company?
Yeah, we bought him to come to Dubai. We got him out of Kevin Ryan's yard, gelded him as soon as we got him, hoping that'll bring on improvement. And then we're hoping that sun on his back, bit of fast ground, because he's been running the last few races on soft to heavy ground, which we don't think is ideal for the dandy man, and we're hoping that Dubai is going to be the right way for him.
We wouldn't have been encouraged by the rain that we saw earlier, but it dries out so quickly.
Yes, the Irishman arrives in Dubai and it starts raining. That's what I was getting all morning. But yeah, no, we're very excited for him to be having his first run here for Dylan Cunha. We've had a great year with Dylan. He's been superb for the syndicate, and yeah, hopefully we can have some fun in Dubai over this carnival.
How has he settled in, or reports of how he's settled into life here in the UAE?
Yeah, he's settled in great. First couple of weeks was a little bit quiet. Now he's really got into himself, and he's been a proper boy now at home. And yeah, we're very happy with how things are going. Caroline looks after him every day, and Claire's in the stables, and everything's been great. So yeah, he's doing a good job.
And how many people from the syndicate here to watch him run?
It's just myself and Seamus here today. We've travelled over from the United Kingdom, and yeah, we're looking forward to it.
We wish you the very best of luck.
Cheers.
Hope he runs well for you.
Thanks a million. Cheers.
So as we see there, Rasas has now been reshot and underway there with the reshotting farrier Thomas Curry. So he's been able to get Rasas back into contention here as well, and all seems to be a-okay. Oscar Chavez up on board once again with Mick Yass. So vet check has gone underway here, Rishi Prasad, and Rasas has also been declared fit to start from the vet.
Whatever you say, Pat, I am your puppet. As we look ahead to this third race, and I think I've mentioned it a couple of times, but I really do think it's a wide open race. It's very hard to be adamant about which horse you want to side with. I mean, I can understand why there's a case to be made for Emirati Anna, why you could potentially make a case for Batwan on his very best form, although he's aging. Silky Wilkie on his best form, and I mentioned that run at Musselburgh last year, or the year before last, plus bits and pieces of his form from the past season in the UK. Billy Webster on those two runs for Doug Watson, albeit at Jebel Ali on the dirt. Bombay Bazaar looked more like his old self last time out. And you just heard from Connections at King's Call. More to come from this lightly raced young horse, the only 3-year-old in the race. So really intriguing, sort of excellent stakes. Pat, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Rishi. We're about halfway loaded here as Mick Yass and Action Point start to come forward. They take their place. Here's the old boy Batwan, spotting new colours this season. Interesting to see if there's a change of connections there, but great to see Nicola Corlery back in town here with a team of runners. As you mentioned here, King's Call. Great to see that Connections are confident in not only here, but what's to come here for this son of Dandy Man. Here's Silky Wilkie. Sam James making his way to Dubai here for the ride. Billy Webster looking to make it 3 on the trot here. He's had 2 great wins at Jebel Ali up the hill on the dirt, and transforms back to the turf here for this run. Here's Ragib loading away, best turned out runner. And it'll be the Masaba Al Maheri pair in Ash Shibli and Topper Bill to come forward into line. And we will be set to go. Topper Bill loads away. Set to run. We go 6. Rider just up momentarily on Ash Shibli. Away we go. Batwan's missed it. He's lost himself about 2 lengths at the start. Rasas away fast. Emirati Anna onto the bunny early. Mick Yass showing his usual early toe. Bombay Bazaar in the first view, along with Action Point, King's Call, and also there was Story of Light. Then came Ash Shibli from Billy Webster getting back, passed by Silky Wilkie, Topper Bill. Batwan second to last, and Ragib the Miler is out to the end. So inside the 800 metres they travel, and Mick Yass leads them here from Rasas in second. Bombay Bazaar gets closer. Action Point was next. Silky Wilkie
Wilkie down the centre of the course, runs on well with Topper Bill. Working through runners as well, King's Call from Story of Light. Emiratiana just on the back foot there slightly as Rasas takes over. Bombay Bazaar now presenting here with a run. Next was Mick Yass, followed by King's Call. Then came Topper Bill, who's making a good run of it from the back. It's Bombay Bazaar. Next in running there are Topper Bill. King's Call working through. It's Bombay Bazaar and Rasas. Bombay Bazaar and Rasas. Topper Bill getting on level terms now in the late stages. Topper Bill trying to get to Bombay Bazaar and Rasas, but Rasas dives! Rasas up the inside will win. Half a length on Bombay Bazaar, Topper Bill, Story of Light, King's Call. Then came Billy Webster from Batwan, who got going late. The start costly. From Ragib, Action Point, Emiratiana, slightly disappointing here first up. Silky Wilkie next from Shibley and Mick Yass last. Rasas. The reshod, no problem there at the start. He was vetted after that, losing a near four plate there, but he has gone on to win well here. He's had to do it the tough way as well. Bombay Bazaar right beside him the entire way, and he's kicked up. He looked like he was fading there with 100 to go, but whether they've faded away or he's found more, we'll have to go back and watch the replay. But Rasas, impressive for Ahmed bin Hamish, and Connor Beasley picking up the win here. One of our lower rated horses in the event, off a rating of 88. Nice win.
What a brave performance from Rasas. Both he and Bombay Bazaar had a lovely trail into the race. Mick Yass in the orange colours obviously took them along early. Rasas in front now. Bombay Bazaar to his outside, and Bombay Bazaar has every chance to go past. Couldn't manage it as Rasas dug deep and just held off all rivals. To the outside, King's Call has run a fine race on his first run for New Connections. He's come there with every chance, just got a bit tired late on. The Topper Bill has run well as well. Drawn out in stall 12, he stayed on quite nicely. And then Story of Light, etc. in behind. But Rasas looked there for the taking up the home straight as Bombay Bazaar drew up on his outside, looking as if he was going to put in just about a winning run, but he couldn't manage it. A fine effort from Rasas. Both these horses were behind Cover Up last time out, along with one or two others, but they actually ran pretty well behind Cover Up and Bill Hale. And Rasas overturns the form with Bombay Bazaar on this occasion. Both horses had everything work out for them. They had a nice toe into the race, and they just seemed to be slightly favoured where the pace of the race was, although that didn't prevent the likes of King's Call and, of course, Topper Bill get into it on the outside. Billy Webster was travelling quite nicely. You see him in the white sleeves and the white cap. He travelled quite nicely, but was just perhaps a little bit compromised by where he was positioned in comparison to the principles of the Rasas and the runner-up Bombay Bazaar. And so he's had to make his challenge widest of the horses that finished off from behind, and in the end he's actually run okay. Billy Webster, I think he finished back in 6th, just behind Story of Light. Old Batwan missed the kick, but actually stayed on okay. He was back in 7th. But a brave performance from Rasas, Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Amash in good form. Connor Beasley riding as well as he's ever done.
And those numbers there in the Sword of Excellence Stakes over 1,200 metres, 12, 7, 9 and 13. Rasas, your winner, 108.52. Margins half by a neck, 12, 7, 9 and 13. Race 3.
Sorry. I know, sorry. It doesn't like you now. Come. Stuff coming.
Here comes the winner of the Sword of Excellence Stakes, sponsored by Zoho. His name means bullet, Rasas. He's owned by Sky Racing, trained by Ahmed bin Amash, and beautifully ridden by Connor Beasley. A round of applause for the Meydan bullet, Rasas! Well, Connor Beasley is just weighing in after the win on Rassas. Connor, I thought Bombay Bazaar was going to get past you.
To be fair, his result last time he ran over here over the 1,000, although he finished 5th, it was a massive run. First time on the grass. We obviously learned a little bit more about him, and obviously the boss found the right race there today. Stepped up to the 1,200, and he had no weight on his back. Just kept it nice and simple, and he's being gutsy and determined all the way to the line.
You mentioned nice and simple. I thought Mikyas gave both yourself and Tiger nice lead through the race, and it's set up to be a battle between the two of you. How brave was your horse in that final 200 metres?
Yeah, listen, he did nothing wrong last season, all by it. He was on dirt, so obviously, a good call by the boss really to switch him back to the turf. And that's only his 2nd run on the turf, so I dare say, he's getting the hang of it by each run, and he could be a nice sprinter going forward.
I know jockeys always deflect attention all the time, but I did say after that ride, I said, you're riding as well as I've ever seen you done. Is that a fair comment?
Listen, I'm getting plenty of support, and I'm getting legged up on the right horses. Our team's in great nick, and there's a lot of people to thank. But you need the horse underneath you, no matter what the jockey. If you haven't got the tool underneath, you're not going anywhere. So I'm fortunate enough, I'm in a good position, and getting on some nice horses, and long may it continue.
Always deflecting attention, but well done, Colin.
Thank you, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the presentation of our third race, the Sword of Excellence Stakes, sponsored by Zoho. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the stage Mr. Prem Anand, the Associate Director, MEA Zoho, to make the presentation. And we thank them for their generous sponsorship on this excellent night of racing here as we honor Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum and the Sword of Honor and Sword of Excellence that he received graduating from Sandhurst Military Academy in the UK. A brilliant performance from the winning horse Rasas, owned by Sky Racing, trained by Ahmed bin Amash and ridden by Conor Beasley. We're delighted to have Mohammed bin Amash stepping forward to receive on behalf of the winning connections. And Zoho, one of the sponsors here tonight on a very good night of racing here at Meydan, and Prem Anand, who did a fine job just doing the presentation for our previous race, Associate Director, MEA Zoho alongside me. Just tell me about how this relationship with Meydan, the Dubai Racing Club, began.
Sure. So I think as a tech company, Zoho, we started, why not tech with horse? And that is when the question started. Okay. And then we met with Mr. Ali and everything, the conversation started. And then we realized tech can do a great job with horses, and we can do a lot of more things in giving better customer experience to people who are coming here, who owns the horses, and then that is when everything started.
Well, it's quite an interesting tie-up when you consider the type of industry you're involved in and this horse racing industry, because there's a lot of crossover between the two.
Yeah, I think one of the best things is when tech speaks with the horses, yes, which means that who owns the horses. So I think what we're doing right now, or trying to do right now, is to focus on customer experience, wherein everybody who are coming inside gets a better experience while using tech. So the majority of the share, what we're doing right now, is when people use the tech, wherein they shouldn't feel that they are overwhelmed with the tech. That is what we're trying to do here.
And from your perspective and your experience of what a night of racing here at Meydan is like, as a sponsor, how have you found that?
More than a sponsor, we feel as a partner to this entire ecosystem, and I think it's always been amazing with DRC, and always coming to Meydan always lights up everything, and even the inner everything goes up, and it's a josh full time.
It is a joyous time, and you're coming back to do a presentation a bit later, is that right?
Yeah, the last race, I think so, yeah.
Excellent, so don't go anywhere. Sure. Hang around, and I'll catch up with you later on. And the runners are in fact in the paddock for our next race, so we can wander over and have a little look at them.
For sure, thank you so much.
Thank you, Rishi. Let's head into the parade here for race number 4, the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, sponsored by the Kentucky Derby. Number 1 is our first horse to have a look at, our first of the South American gallopers. Don Vaccaro is our first horse to have a look at, off the rating of 107. He comes into this event here having the 3 starts at Marinas, a winner of a Group 3 domestic race here by 7 1/4 lengths. Draws a little wide in 10 here. Sky Racing, though, looking to go race to race after a very impressive performance of Rasas in the previous. Number 2 is our next runner, Nam Frick here, the 3-year-old colt by Hofberg. Jim Crowley here riding for Julio Olajuara, 3 wins and 3 minors from 6 starts, having a great start to the career so far. He also makes his way here from Uruguay. It'll probably be a horse that'll improve a little bit further in distance, but a nice starting point for him. Charlie Bennett partners Arabian Story here for Saeed bin Suror, the 3-year-old colt by Invincible Spirit, one of 2 runners here for the stable, and he comes into this having his debut run. He was having a look at his form here at the moment so far, not really too much to go off. He's out of a C-point mare, but we'll learn plenty more about him here coming into this opening race. 4 is Arlan, the 3-year-old colt by American Freedom. Sam Hitchcock will ride here for Doug Watson. He's a domestic Group 1 winner over a mile back before making his way here to the UAE. And it'll be interesting to see how he fares here. Best of luck to Connections. Awab could not have been any more impressive in his debut run. A maiden victor by 5.5 lengths. He had to do it the hard way through the middle stages in a small field and was able to overcome that. He's drawn wide here. He's going to have to be very good, but he's had a little freshen up between runs. Hasn't been seen at the races since early November. Castle Gates is our next horse here. Ardri de Vries partners this one for Saeed bin Suror. A Goodwood winner last time out in a novice over 1,800 metres. He'll appreciate more ground as he gets further into the campaign. Hasn't been seen at the races since mid-October. Number 7, Gallop Blade, is a withdrawal. Golden Vekoma is our next horse here. He's drawn the wide outside in 13. He'll come into 12 there with the withdrawal of Gallant Blade. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish looking for a race-to-race double. He was 3rd, beaten 14 3/4 last time to the races, so hopefully takes some natural improvement with the race experience already. Stable also saddles up Laugh at the 9 here, the 3-year-old colt by Honest Mischief. Saif Al-Balushi will ride here at the 55, draws a middle alley. Nadawi's had 2 runs already, both at Jebel Ali, beaten a distance on both occasions, and runs into Rame, who's beat him on both occasions once again for career start number 3. Now, of the Russian gallopers here, Nimble Boy probably brings in the best form. He was 2nd in a domestic Group 1 in Moscow, also a winner of 2 here. He's had 2 wins and a 2nd from those 3 runs. This one here for the Krasnokutsky brothers partnership here, the 3-year-old colt by Upstart, Tygo Shea for Bupat Sima. Rame has to do it here at Meydan, but has been impressive in the 2 starts to date. Only won by narrow margins, but looks to be a horse progressing in the right way. This looks the next logical step for him and looks to continue on the unbeaten run here, the son of Win-Win-Win. And then the filly who joins the field here, Arigato Gozaimasu, the filly by Honest Mischief. We've got a few Honest Mischief progeny running around here in this event. Very good on-speed performance. Don't think she'll get it her own way this time around. There'll be a bit more pressure up front. She will have to work from that wide draw, but Salam bin Gudaya already on the board this evening for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, and Bernardo Pinheiro looks to get on the board. He takes the lightweight here at 53. Runners down the tunnel here for the 4th event on the card, the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, and we go 7 furlongs.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to look forward to tonight here at Meydan. Lots of good racing. The UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, sponsored by Kentucky Derby, coming up. But first of all, a special performance. And it's time for the Best Turned Out Award, kindly sponsored by PHI Advertising. And in this race, it has gone to horse number 9, Laugh It, who's looked after by Komodo Sampat. Komodo Sampat is now in the winner's enclosure alongside Mr. Mohamed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising. Thank you very much to PHI Advertising. Best of luck to Komodo Sampat and Laugh It, the newcomer for Ahmed bin Amash, in our 4th race, the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, sponsored by Kentucky Derby. Let's have a look at some of the leading contenders for this UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, sponsored by Kentucky Derby. And first of all, we're looking at the filly in the race, the only filly, and that is Aregatu Gozaimazu, who's only had the 1 run under rules, and she saw Flama Sunshine. Flama Sunshine has subsequently come out and won. And on that occasion, Aregatu Gozaimazu won by 8.5 lengths. It was a very impressive start to her racing career. She's got an awkward draw in stall 11 tonight. The other horses that will press for the lead, and she's also up against colts. So a bit of a task on hand for her, but she showed plenty of ability first time up. If she were to win this race tonight, then we can mark her in the well above average category. Horse number 1 is Don Vaccaro, one of 2 in the race for Julio Orozquaga. He's also responsible for Nam Frick, and both horses bring a fair amount of potential into this race, both fairly lightly raced, like a lot in this particular contest. And Don Vaccaro has had the 3 runs. He produced a winning effort last time out in that grade 3 at Moronas, where he beat Autografo. Obviously, it's his first run since. It's also his first run for the new stable, first run here in the UAE. But we've seen before with Julio Orozquaga the fact that he can get these horses to run well first time up. And there was enough talent in what this horse has done in just the 3 runs so far to suggest that he could be good enough to concede the weight. Horse number 5, Awab, turned in a very impressive first effort. Has got an excellent dirt pedigree, as we know, by Street Sense. And he had that 5-runner race won very easily a couple of months ago. Obviously, it was very early on in the season, but it could just be simply that after that impressive win, he was kept fresh to come to this UAE 2000 Guineas Trial. But it was an impressive style of victory in his first start that came back here on the 8th of November. Obviously, it was a maiden, much more required today, but it was an exciting start for this son of Street Sense. The loading up process is already underway. Lots of intriguing contenders here. Side Vinceroy's Arabian Story makes his first ever start, son of Invincible Spirit, on the dirt surface. Intriguing to see how he goes. He's also got Castle Gates in this race. Ramai, sorry, for Michael Costa's unbeaten in 2 starts at Jebel Ali, much more required today. Nimble Boy for Bupat Simar, a pretty talented horse in Russia. Now, of course, with Bupat Simar here, drawn in 1. So lots of interest in this UAE 2000 Guineas Trial. Let's head up and join Pat for the call.
Thank you, Rishi. 13 to go ahead. Now 12 here with Gallant Blade coming out of the event. Salam bin Gadai already picking up 1 race tonight, and Arigato Gozaimasu, the only filly in the field here, is a worthy contender. As we are about to get set here, Golden Vacoma, the last one to be brought forward. Set to run in the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial. Away.
Arigato Gozaimasu is going to get an uncontended lead. She broke fast here and is able to burn across from Laugh-It. Then came Rame, Nimble Boy, Golden Vacoma deeper out from Nadawi. Awab closer today. We'll get into the running line here. Arabian Story was next, followed by Arlen, and he's followed there next on the inside by Castle Gates. Second to last in running as they make their way down the back was Don Vaccaro, and he's joined by his South American compatriot in Nam Frick. They sit second last and last. It's on for one and all up in front here, and whether or not Laugh-It wants to go as fast as that seems to go up and contest. No, has gone amiss, Laugh-It. So Laugh-It going back through the field, pulled out of the event here. Arigato Gozaimasu now leads 4 lengths from Nimble Boy working through. Golden Vacoma, and in the middle Rame. Awab starts to get warm deeper out from next running Arabian Story, Nadawi, and Arlen was next. It'll be about your race there as Arigato Gozaimasu gets passed now by Golden Vacoma. Out after them as well was Awab, then came Nimble Boy working off them from Rame, who's a little wayward in the straight. Golden Vacoma though sets sail for home. 250 metres left to go in the UAE 2000 Guineas trial. Nimble Boy starts to make good ground here. Golden Vacoma still with a break of 2.5 lengths. Lightning strikes twice once again. Ahmed bin Hamish, Connor Beasley, Golden Vacoma, too good in the trial. 2.5 lengths on Nimble Boy. Rame holds on for third. They have absolutely lined up for fourth. Nam Frick maybe with the momentum. Arabian Story, Awab there as well from Don Vaccaro, Arlen. Then came Arigato Gozaimasu from Castle Gates. Nadawi, the last one home. Well, Laugh-It actually, unfortunately, has gone amiss and is being attended to by vets at the 500.
Well, our deepest condolences to connections of Laugh-It, first of all, as we witnessed a very impressive effort from Golden Vacoma. Just his second start. His first run came about a month ago here at Meydan, where he was a long way behind a horse called Heart of Honour. Somewhere Jamie Osborne will be very happy about the result of this race, because Golden Vacoma was well beaten on that occasion, but clearly he's improved. Regardless, he's turned in a very smart effort here. And in the end, Nimble Boy is the one who's got closest to him. Arigato Gozaimasu just weakening in third at this point. She eventually gets run out of the placings. She did a lot of work in the early part of the race, and you can understand why she got tired. From her awkward draw, she made a good start, but a very good effort from Golden Vacoma. Once he switched onto the correct lead in the home straight, he was able to power away from Nimble Boy, who finished back in second. Rame has stayed on nicely. Tougher company for him today after his 2 wins at Jebel Ali, but he's run with a great deal of credit. Awab, unfortunately, did a lot of work in the early part of the race, challenged out wide, and then he got tired, unfortunately couldn't land a really significant blow, and then in behind those. 1 or 2 making up a bit of ground, particularly Nam Frick, who ran on okay for Julio Olathwaga. That was enough encouragement in that performance. There's also a bit of encouragement as well from Arabian Story, who was also sticking on quite nicely in the all-blue Godolphin colours. But Golden Vacoma showing a great deal of improvement, you would imagine, and another win for Connor Beasley and another win for trainer Ahmed bin Hamash. A good night for them so far. Golden Vacoma has won the UAE 2000 Guineas trial, sponsored by Kentucky Derby, and he might be a very exciting horse for some bigger targets ahead this Carnival.
And those numbers there in the UAE 2000 Guineas trial, sponsored by Kentucky Derby: 8, 11, 12 and 2. 8, 11, 12 and 2. It's a double for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish. 1:24.51 winner's time. Margins 2 1/4 by 4 3/4. Those unofficial margins. 8, 11, 12 and 2. Race 4.
Good job. Congrats.
Stuff again, Connor.
It is time to welcome back the winner of our 4th race, the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, sponsored by Kentucky Derby. A son of Vekoma out of the mare Styx Wonder Girl, owned by Mr. Mohammed Ahmed Ali Al Sabusi, trained by Ahmed bin Hamash, and ridden by Connor Beasley. Let's have a big round of applause for the exciting, the talented Golden Vekoma. Well, we said it earlier on, he is riding very well, but as he said, he's helped by being on some good horses. How good a horse is that, Conor?
To be honest, before he ran, we highly we had him highly up there in the pecking order, to be honest, and he come here and he just obviously got a little bit in the kickback, and he's a big horse, and he probably just needed a bit more space that time, but listen, he ran a good race and obviously learned plenty. He's come forward a lot at home. For all we're dropping back to the 1400, I was delighted when I was seeing I was drawn out wide, because I knew I could get him in a rhythm from the get-go, and it was a bit of a muddly race, obviously, with one of our wheels sadly going wrong down the back, but take nothing away from my fella. He's hit the front nice and early, and stretched all the way to the line, so he's done it the hard way, but at the same time he's learnt a lot again today, and I think he could go on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, and he's a gorgeous looking horse as well, isn't he?
Oh yeah, definitely. He's got everything, he's got class to looks, and hopefully he can step forward there now and we can have plenty of fun with him at the back end.
What about trip-wise?
To be honest, like I said, I was delighted when I was drawn wide because 1400 would be sharp enough for him, but I think the key to him is that he was in a rhythm all the way there tonight, and going the mile or even further would be no problem.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight given in the UAE 2000 Guineas trial, 8, 11, 12 and 2. 8, 11, 12 and 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the presentation for our fourth race of the evening, the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, sponsored by Kentucky Derby. It's a pleasure to have the Kentucky Derby as part of tonight's excellent racing here at Meydan. We welcome to the stage to make the presentation His Excellency Ali Al Ali, along with his son. Ali Al Ali, of course, is a CEO and board member of the Dubai Racing Club. We're delighted to have him and his son to make the presentation, and we are delighted to have the Kentucky Derby as part of tonight's proceedings here at Meydan. And we have just seen quite an outstanding performance from Golden Vekoma, who won for Mr. Mohammed Ahmed Ali Al Sabusi, trained by Ahmed bin Amash and brilliantly ridden by Connor Beasley. And we are delighted for the second time this evening to welcome up to the stage Mohammed bin Hamash to receive on behalf of the winning team. Ladies and gentlemen, at Meydan, are you ready for the second edition tonight of Faces at the Races? All we want to see is a big, beautiful, beaming smile, and that will earn you 500 dirhams and a mazy trip to our reward center at Gate 2. Now, who's got the biggest, best smile? One of you in there. Well, some beautiful smiles, some lovely hearts, and very shortly our camera will be focusing on the winner, our second winner. Who's it gonna be? Who's got that cheeky grin, that beautiful smile? I think we might have found a winner. Have we found a winner? There he is! Wow! What a smile! I have never seen anything like it in all my life. The winner of Faces at, yes, kisses to you as well, 500 dirhams. He's dressed for the cold weather, but he is still capable of delivering a heartwarming smile. 500 dirhams to you, my favorite kissing smile. All you've got to do is head to Gate 2 at the reward center and pick up your 500 dirhams. And you, sir, are a winner in Faces at the Races.
50,000 dirham Zabeel Mile at Group 2, all sponsored by PHI Advertising. 510,000 dirham to the winner here of the event, but all runners over top 3 are going to be picking up at least 85,000 dirham. So a nice race here, and has plenty of class as we head into our first horse for the preview. And we head to horse number 1 here. That is Ottoman Fleet for William Buick and Charlie Appleby. He comes in off the highest rating of 113, the 6-year-old gelding by See the Stars. 20 starts, 7 wins. He's had 11 minor placings as well, so very rarely has he found himself out of the top 3, but yet to break through here for a win at Meydan. So none of those 7 have come here at the course. And he is a horse as well who does prefer a mile or further, so he's right at the bottom of his distance range here for this upcoming event. That's the one, Ottoman Fleet, our top weight here in the event. He'll be joined at that same weight by the 9-year-old by Lope de Vega, San Donato. Michael Costa and Ben Cohen combined here. He was electric first up, making good ground in the late stages to just go down here a narrow margin, coming from well back in the field. You'd say he'll come on from that. He's up to 8 furlongs here. This is his preferred trip, and he looks to pick up another Group 2 scalp here at Meydan. Here's number 3, Cairo, for Jim Crowley and Alice Haynes. Was beaten 7 lengths by measured time. Arguably, horse broke the track record, so he was massive to go as good as he did. That was over 1,800 metres. He drops back in trip here, and he's hoping to find himself a win here against much more suitable company. Number 4 is Delaley. He is a gelding by Siuni. Has had the 12 starts for the 6 wins, 3 minors. Last seen at Longchamp in France, 3 lengths off a certain lad there, running 5th on that occasion at Group 3 level. He is a out-and-out group contender and a worthy contender here in this event. Draws the ace. He'll be looking for a little further as he gets further into his trip and campaign as he drops back here from 2,000 metres, but a worthy contender. 5 is Holloway Boy, the 5-year-old gelding by Ulysses. Carl Burke, Daniel Tudhope does the riding. Nick White for Nick White and E. Burke. The gelding by Ulysses has had the 2 wins and 8 minors from the 16 starts, and Danny Tudhope jumps on board here off the rating of 109. Draws midfield in 5, last seen at Kempton Park at listed company in behind Pokerface, who joins him here in the field tonight. 6 is Noble Dynasty. James Doyle partners this son of Dubawi, now 7, 15 starts, 7 wins and 2 seconds. Last seen behind Top Gear at Newmarket over 1,400 metres at Group 2 level. Stepping up in distance here to 1,600. Hasn't been seen at the races since the 11th of October, but getting right out to the end of his distance range here is Noble Dynasty. Number 7 is Pokerface, could be the likely leader for Pat Dobbs here. Draws 2 for Simon and Ed Crisford for Mr. Edward J. Ware. 7 wins and 6 seconds from 19 starts. He's been a bit of a money spinner, this son of Fastnet Rock, and was a listed winner at Kempton Park before making his way over here. That was on the 4th of December. Royal Dubai joins the field here. Ardri de Vries for Lucy Body and Mr. Saeed Sultan Al Rahumi. 4 wins and 5 minors rather from 15 starts. Was well off them in the race against measured time. Dropping back in trip will be a plus. Stepping up out of his comfort zone here, Tambarada, the 7-year-old gelding by Dubawi. He was beaten 5 lengths in his last start on the 20th of December. That was in behind Native Approach. So comes through the same form lines as San Donato, but he'll be hoping to make his presence felt at some stage, even though he does jump up to group company for the first time. So that's our look at the runners here as they are about to make their way out for the $850,000 Group 2 Zabeel Mile over 1,600 metres.
Well, the man standing next to me, Charlie Appleby, has had an outstanding record in this upcoming race of Zabeel Mile. 7 wins in the last 11 years, Charlie. 2 good chances tonight. Ottoman Fleet, first of all. Why is this not won at Meydan yet?
Well, we haven't quite cracked that ourselves, so I'm not sure. I mean, look, he's in great form. He runs up well fresh as well. So, you know, as a rule, we've always gone the 9, but he showed what he could do, you know, what his achievements were in America over the mile. So we're comfortable coming back, you know, sticking to the mile this evening. He comes here with, at the end of the day, probably the most solid of the form out of these runners this evening. But it's a closely run contest, I think.
Noble Dynasty, your other runner, clearly has lots of ability. You've kept him around like you have with 1 or 2 older horses. Do you still think he's capable of producing his absolute best, or are we just operating at a level that he just is happy at?
I think he's like a few of us, Rich, who were talking earlier. He's getting a bit older, but that's why I think, you know, a lot of his form has been over the 7, but stepping back up to the mile there, I just think will help him. He's just probably hasn't quite got that zip he used to have, but look, he's showing all the enthusiasm as always in the morning. So you know, he doesn't look out of place. He deserves to be in the lineup, and I'm sure he'll run a very creditable race.
Are you splitting them, or are you taking the political answer of one or the other?
I think Ottoman Fleet at the end of the day, yeah, he always runs well here, fresh. I mean, he hasn't won, but he's ran well. But to be fair, the horse he's bumped into some decent horses in the past round here. So look, I think it's like I say, it's a tightly knit race there in respects to competition-wise. But I don't think we are seeing the horses in this race that he would have participated against here in the past either.
Can I just quickly ask you about measured time after that win on Festive Friday, and the prospect of taking on Romantic Warrior here in the Jebel Hat in a few weeks' time?
Yeah, no, look, we were delighted. Look, it was an event that we were pretty confident coming into it. He'd shipped in just 10 days earlier from the UK there. All his work had been great. To be fair, we went out there with a mindset to go and make it, and it probably wasn't the ideal thing to do, really, but we just felt that it could be just a stop-start gallop, really. And you know, William did say afterwards, look, this horse will improve a lot for that. So not a lot, but he'll improve for it, should we say?
For breaking the track record.
Yeah, but look, it's going to be a great race. Romantic Warrior coming over is great for Meydan. Great, you know, great to see a horse like him, and we wish them the best of luck when they come here. I know they're obviously going on to potentially go on to Saudi there afterwards, but yeah, it'll be a great race to be part of, for sure.
Have a nice Christmas and New Year.
As always, Rich. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Well done.
Good luck. Cheers.
Royal Dubawi.
Time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for this Zabeel Mile, sponsored by PHI Advertising. It's gone to horse number 8, Royal Dubai, beautifully presented by Chatar Singh, who is now in the winner's enclosure, and alongside him is Mohammed Morsi, who is, of course, the CEO of General Manager of PHI Advertising. Once again, our thanks to PHI Advertising for their generous sponsorship of this race and of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. And best of luck to Chatar Singh and Royal Dubai in our upcoming race. Royal Dubai, one of a number of horses in this race who you can definitely put on the short list. He's run so well here at Meydan many times before, and he ran really well behind measured time. Admittedly, he was beaten in a fair way by a very good horse, but we just heard from Charlie Appleby the sort of targets that measured time will have. The Jebel Hatter next against Romantic Warrior. There is Royal Dubai, the best turned out horse in this race, and his lad Chatar Singh picks up 650 dirhams courtesy of PHI Advertising. Charlie Appleby's 2 runners, Ottoman Fleet, Noble Dynasty, obviously big contenders, as is San Donato. And then for the British challengers, the likes of Cairo, Alice Haynes ran really well last time behind measured time. Holloway Boy has got lots of good form. Sure, he's better than his run last time at Kempton, where he was behind Poker Face. And Poker Face has got a good chance as well, drawn in stall 2 if Pat Dobbs can get him out and get him handy. Great race coming up here for the Zabeel Mile. Let's head up and join Pat.
Thank you very much, Rishi. A couple more to load forward here for the Group 2 feature, the Zabeel Mile for 850,000 dirham. Noble Dynasty, he'll be getting to the end of his distance range here, but James Doyle in the saddle, plenty of confidence there. And what a thrill for Lucci Body. That's a great result there to have the best turned out horse here in a field of pretty fair talent here in the Zabeel Mile, with Royal Dubai picking up that award there. Congratulations to all involved. Set to go here for the Zabeel Mile, 850,000 dirham, our Group 2 feature on turf. Racing. Tambarada was away well. Pressing up Ottoman Fleet, working through Cairo, Delaley, then came Holloway Bay. Now Noble Dynasty is going to work across from the deep as well. Royal Dubai was going back through the field, and Sandonado's out to his rearward roll at the end. It's Godolphin 1 and 2 up in front as Noble Dynasty off the track leads up for James Doyle to take up the lead by a length and a half. Ottoman Fleet second, third Royal Dubai works through there to a nice forward spot. Cairo's going to eventually find the box seat here in third. From Holloway Bay then came working through Poker Face, a little bit further back than anticipated on the speed map. Next was Delaley, followed by Tambarada, and out to the end Sandonado. They swing the bend and the early clocks come up 15:03, 12:34, 12:30. So going at a leisurely tempo up in front, Noble Dynasty probably has something to offer at the end. They're out clear by a length and a half here from Cairo. Ottoman Fleet. Deeper out on the course was Royal Dubai, starting to sool up 3 deep. From Poker Face, Holloway Boy, then came Delaley, Tambarada. Sandonado's going to have to come past all of them as he likes to do, but needs the runs. As he comes past the 500-metre mark, it's Noble Dynasty, who's eyeballed now by Ottoman Fleet on the outside. Royal Dubai, Cairo. Sandonado looking for an inside passage, working through there with Poker Face. Holloway Boy down the outside as Noble Dynasty finds a little bit more here, a length and a half in advance of Holloway Boy, who now starts to present on the outside. Poker Face is out and out after them. It's up in front, Noble Dynasty, Holloway Boy, Poker Face diving through. Holloway Boy, maybe. Leave it out of it. It's a nose either way. Holloway Boy and Poker Face, not much in it. Next over was Noble Dynasty into third. Fourth over was Royal Dubai from Cairo. Then came Ottoman Fleet. Next over, Sandonado. Delaley was one of the last ones home, joined at the back by Tambarada. Holloway Boy looked the one. Poker Face has had a dive at the line. Has Poker Face dived through to win? Holloway Boy in front. Poker Face dives. May have got it. It'll be a nose if he has. 7 in the frame. Poker Face a winner. Poker Face from Holloway Boy. He's dived through. He was not in front. Holloway Boy in front everywhere bar the line. 1:36.45 winners time. Poker Face goes on to score in the Zabeel Mile for Group 2 level.
What a dramatic finish, the Zabeel Mile. Turning for home, Noble Dynasty, who'd had a soft lead and they didn't go much of a pace in the early part of the race, turned for home and he quickened well off the bend under James Doyle. Ottoman Fleet compromised by the way this race was run. Royal Dubai was also perhaps a little bit too handy, saw too much daylight, and as a consequence, Holloway Boy and Poker Face were the two big finishers. At this stage, it looked as if Holloway Boy was just finishing off slightly the better, but Poker Face responding to Pat Dobbs. At the line at first glance, it thought maybe Holloway Boy, but Poker Face puts his head down right on the button, and he is the one who gets it. Poker Face, the winner of the Zabeel Mile for Simon and Crisford. Second, Holloway Boy, Noble Dynasty back in third, and Ottoman Fleet back in fourth. The class horses coming to the fore here. Poker Face, who had finished ahead of Holloway Boy last time at Kempton, has confirmed the form, although Holloway Boy has run much better on this occasion, courtesy of a better trip through the race. But after all, there wasn't much pace and it was a bit of a dash for home. Sandonato, because of that, couldn't really get a blow in the yellow colours. Just, you'd prefer much stronger pace for him. But look at the way that Holloway Boy and Poker Face start to claw into that lead of Noble Dynasty. Fortunately for Noble Dynasty, he just ran out of steam in the final 50 yards or so of this race. Did look as if Holloway Boy was getting the better of the entire battle of the three runners, but Poker Face just on the line. At this stage, Holloway Boy just taking advantage of the bob, but then at the line, a different result. And here is the official confirmation, and there it is. Far side, Poker Face, just the winner from Holloway Boy. Fabulous race, the Zabeel Mile, sponsored by PHI Advertising. And we get ready to welcome back our winner of the feature race of the night on turf. The Zabeel Mile, sponsored by PHI Advertising. He is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Fastnet Rock out of Stars at Night, owned by Edward Ware, trained by Simon and Ed Crisford, ridden by Pat Dobbs. He's someone who is pretty good at a Poker Face. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the winner of the Zabeel Mile, sponsored by PHI Advertising. A round of applause for Poker Face. Hey James, Happy New Year.
Numbers in the Zabeel Mile, sponsored by PHI Advertising, 7, 5, 6 and 1. Poker Face, a winner by a nose, 136.45 winners time. Margins a nose by a half, 7, 5, 6 and 1. Your numbers in the Zabeel Mile.
Well, Pat Dobbs just weighing in. Danny Tadhove will be following him through just a minute. Must admit, when they crossed the line, Pat, I thought Holloway Boyd got it. What was your impression as they hit the line?
I'd lost money on that. I thought I was beating myself. I said to Danny, pulling up, well done. He went, thanks. So I thought he's pretty sure. And then the Jeep followed me all the way back, so I thought maybe he did get up. So
wow,
that's a nice surprise.
Extraordinary race, because they went no pace early part of the race, and I didn't think that would suit your horse.
No, it didn't, but we got racing 3 out, and he had a lovely posse. Simon said just do things smooth with him, no matter where he is, just keep it smooth. Obviously, he didn't jump great, but I got in behind William halfway down the back, so I was happy where I was then.
Yeah, it was a fantastic finish. Did you ever think, though, when Noble Dynasty quickened off the bend, that you'd be involved in a finish for the win?
I thought a furlong out I'd pick up him, yeah, but obviously you could see Danny on the outside. He was probably half a length in front of me, but he obviously is improving, 6-year-old, so you never know.
What's your Poker Face like?
Brilliant.
We come now to the presentation for our feature race on the turf this evening at Meydan. The Zabeel Mile, sponsored by PHI Advertising, and we are delighted to welcome onto the stage Mr. Ali Esser, the CEO of PHI Advertising, who'll be making the winning presentations to the owner, trainer and jockey of the winner of the Zabeel Mile, Poker Face, after a dramatic finish, just edging out Holloway Boy in the dying strides. Please welcome to the stage to receive their trophy, your winning owners, Ed and Marie Ware. Is it just silent? And representing the winning training combination of Simon and Ed Crisford, a round of applause for Ed Crisford. And last but definitely not least, he says he's got a great poker face. Well, he's also an excellent rider, and he produced Poker Face to win the Zabeel Mile. It is Pat Dobbs. And we ask Ed and Mary Ware, Pat Dobbs and Ed Crisford to come to the stage and have one more photograph and celebrate the success of Poker Face in the Zabeel Mile, sponsored by PHI Advertising. Well, after the drama of the Zabeel Mile, our next race will be the Dubawi Stakes, sponsored by Bengati developers. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, here at Meydan, another very special performance coming your way.
3 dirt feature for the evening. It is the Group 3 Dubawi Stakes, and after a thrilling finish to the Zabeel Mile, we now head to a dirt race for 700,000 dirham, brought to you by Bingadi Developers. First horse is number 2, Colour Up. Pat Dobbs does the riding here, looking to pick up both group features here for this evening. On board this runner for Doug Watson and Mr. Syed Hashish. He was 5.75 lengths off, 5 3/4 lengths, I should say, off Tours last time to the races, and we'll be hoping to improve that margin this time around. A worthy contender. Number 3 is a Desperate Hero for Bernardo Pinheiro and Salam bin Ghanaya. Last seen at Longchamp in a Group 1, beaten there by 2.5 lengths on that occasion there by Makarova. He returns to the races here for his first run in the UAE, 6-time winner from 24 starts. Four is Eastern World. He provides some speed, you'd say, from gate number 1. Last seen over the Godolphin Mile there at Group 2 level. He drops back now to a suitable trip of 6 furlongs. The horse who, in fact, beat Tours in his first up performance last season at Sharjah in the first leg of the Sprint Series. He returns to the races here first up, hoping to replicate a similar performance. He does have that fresh record on his side.
Okay, Basil, you can send home.
5 is Rawi for Danny Tudhope and Doug Watson. Last seen at the races on the 2nd of March at Group 3 level. That was in behind Leading Spirit. He was beaten there by 11.5 lengths. Another horse who returns off a long break into the Dubawi Stakes first up. Number 6, Strobe, the son of Into Mischief, had a crack over 7 furlongs his last couple of starts, but back to a suitable trip here now. 4 1/4 lengths off Oasis Boy last time around. He'll like the 6 furlongs a little bit better and looks one of the main threats here to the short price elect. So we still wait to see our short price international market favourite in Tours. He's yet to make his way here to the parade, and we'll see him very shortly once he does. And last but not least, doesn't he look an absolute picture here? Tuz, the son of Oxbow, making his way out onto the course here off the rating of 119. He's our short price international elect and a very worthy contender here, looking to go back-to-back here in the Dubawi Stakes. That's our runners and all 6 that will be contesting here as they make their way through the tunnel for our dirt feature for the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for our 6th race of the night, the Dubawi Stakes, sponsored by Bingati Developers, and it has gone to horse number 5, Rawi, looked after by Indar Singh. Indar Singh is in the winner's enclosure, and alongside him is Mr. Mohammed Morrissey, the general manager of PHI Advertising, making the presentation of a big envelope with 650 dirhams in it as well. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for their generous support of the racing here tonight at Meydan, as well as the Best Turned Out Horse Award. And best of luck to Indar Singh and Rawi in the Dubawi Stakes. On the way to post is the mighty Tuz, winner of the Golden Shaheen on World Cup night last year, winner of the Al Gahood Sprint on his comeback this season, and bidding to become, oh, steady, just shying away from something as he made his way down to post. He's bidding to become only the 2nd horse to win successive runnings of the Dubawi Stakes. Obviously, he won it 12 months ago. Something seems to be alarming Tuz just at the moment. Twice now, he's shied away from heading down to post, but Tiger Shea, as ever, nice and relaxed on him. And the outriders, very useful to have them here at Meydan. The pony riders, it makes a world of difference, just to help the horses just that little bit and make proceedings a little bit more comfortable. But he is the outstanding horse here, and he will take all the beating. He was very impressive on his comeback run, that red hood removed now, There's very little danger, you would imagine, on his most recent form. Colour Up didn't run too badly behind him. I think Colour Up could run well once again tonight. But after all, we're talking about a horse who has established himself as the leading sprinter in the desert here. Certainly here in Dubai, he is outstanding, is Tuz. And of course, he represents a team in Bhupat Simar and Tiger O'Shea, who have been brilliant so far this season. And of course, he was one of a couple of winners for them on World Cup night. Of course, the other winner was Laurel River. Colour Up is a horse who's certainly got plenty of ability. Unfortunately, he just got stuck in a bit of a pocket last time behind Tuz and did make up a little bit of ground late on, but not enough for people to think, yes, he's got a great chance of overturning that form. Those are the sort of two standout horses. Also give a mention to Strobe. He must have a good chance of filling the placings behind Tuz. Let's head up and join Pat for the call of the Dubawi Stakes.
All eyes will be on one gate here, Rishi Prasad, and that is gate number 2 here, Tuz. He is looking an absolute picture here as Desperate Hero loads away. Small field of 6 contenders for the Dubawi Stakes, race number 6. Away. Tuz jumped with them. He's going to find the top. Then came Rawi. Desperate Hero soaring forward, but they will not beat him out. Desperate Hero is going to want to contest here as well. He's really putting some speed in, and Tiger O'Shea is going to let him slide across here eventually, I'd say. From Eastern World, Rawi, Colour Up, and Strobe is now out to the end. Desperate Hero going very, very fast, but as they get to the back turn here, Tuz is going to bury up underneath as well to keep him out into the running line. Eastern World was 3rd. 4th was Rari, Colour Up, and then came Strobe as they start to make their way down the side of the course. 13.38, 10.39. He's been pestered on the outside here, Desperate Hero, but I think he's burnt himself out as a result here. Tuz travelling very well the inside. Tuz retakes the lead here as they come down the straight from Colour Up, who's ambling up very, very well here. Tuz from Colour Up. Tuz is going to have to be brave here. Colour Up's out for a run. Tuz from Colour Up. Colour Up trying ever so hard, but Tuz has got a break of 3 lengths here. Colour Up burning away from the rest of them. These two have broken away, but it's back-to-back Dubawi Stakes for Tuz, the king of the dirt. Tuz by 5. Colour Up very, very brave in 2nd. Strobe will run over for 3rd. 4th across Eastern World. Then came Rawi, and the last one, Desperate Hero. He made it very, very hard on the back end with all of that work in the early stages, but he was no match for Tuz. He's gone on to run an impressive win here in the Dubawi Stakes, one step closer to the Golden Shaheen come Dubai World Cup night. What a thrilling result there for Bhupat Simar, and a thrilling result as well for one of Dubai's favourite riders, Tiger O'Shea. 800 domestic wins in the United Arab Emirates. 800 wins. Congratulations to Tig, to his family. A massive achievement to a man who has given so much to racing in the Middle East.
Very straightforward for the leading champion sprinter here in the UAE. Tuz got away from the gates quite nicely. Desperate Hero was ridden hard to take the lead, but Tuz was able to just sit and bide his time down on the inside. As hard as Desperate Hero went, he just couldn't get Tuz off the bridle. And although Colour Up has made up some good ground, and in the end has finished a very fine 2nd, he was never in any real danger of giving Tuz too much of a battle. You'll see Strobe at the back, and he's trying to keep in touch with the principals. Turning for home, Desperate Hero's exertions in the early part of the race catches up with him, and he starts feeling the pinch. In behind him, Eastern World can't really match strides anymore, and he's off the bridle. Rawi did a bit of running early on, and he's tired. Colour Up eases into contention, but very quickly Tiger O'Shea switches leads on Tuz, and he's able to just draw away in the end. Colour Up has tried really hard and has run a very creditable race, and they've pulled miles clear of the remainder, but Tuz is just oh so good over this trip here on the dirt at Meydan, and that is 800 winners domestically for Tiger O'Shea. Into the straight, looking at the head on once again, very straightforward. And Bhupat Simar's first group winner as a trainer in his own right came courtesy of this horse as well, Tuz. And he follows in the footsteps of Ronaldo the Wizard, obviously trained by Bhupat's uncle Satish Seema, who was the last horse and only other horse to win back-to-back runnings of the Dubawi Stakes. Of course, he won it 3 times in a row. It's quite possible that Tuz can come back and do it all again next year. A few targets before that, no doubt, but this was in keeping with what we expected, really. Very impressive, very straightforward, and in the end, it was an easy 800th winner here in Dubai for Tig O'Shea, the champion jockey.
Unofficial numbers in the Dubawi Stakes, sponsored by Bingadi Developers: 1, 2, 6 and 4. 1, 2, 6 and 4. Tuz your winner, 110.34. Margins 5 by 7. 1, 2, 6 and 4 in the Dubawi Stakes.
Good stuff, Tig.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
It is time to welcome back the winner of our feature race on the dirt tonight, the Dubawi Stakes, sponsored by Bingati Developers. It has gone the way of the son of Oxbow out of Suede Shoe, owned by Daki Stable, trained by Bhupat Seema, and an 800th winner in Dubai for Tig O'Shea. A round of applause for the champion sprinter in Dubai. It is Tuz!
Thanks, guys. Do you know when he done it? He slammed down, handed down at the gate. He literally slammed down, he was on the ambulance.
What he kicks very bad.
He's a clever boy. He's a clever boy. Hey! Good boy. Hey! He's a clever boy. Boy. Thanks, guys. Well done. Good job.
Well, it is 800 times in the UAE that Tig O'Shea has done that. Ridden a winner and weighed in afterwards. Tig, you said to me earlier on, I just needed one more. I suppose this was the banker to get you to 800.
Yeah, look, he's a special horse. He's a great horse for the barn. Obviously, he's the best dirt horse on display tonight, and probably one of the fastest at the moment in the world. So it's a great privilege to be able to steer him around, and to ride my 800 UAE winners on him is an extra bonus. I remember winning this very race on Switzerland, having my 700 UAE winner. So it's a lucky race, and as I said, a privilege to be able to steer him around.
Well, tell me about the way the race unfolded, because Desperate Hero was keen to push you early on, but nothing could really get you off the bridle. I mean, not a surprise for a horse of his class.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, everybody that knows Tuz knows he'll burn horses into the ground. So, yeah, look, as we've seen in the Golden Shaheen, he doesn't have to make it. He sat third that night, and he's got a great will to win. And I think it's crazy. He's a year older, but for me,
he's a better horse this year than he's ever been. He's changing his leads, he's doing everything right. And look, listen, one anxious moment going to the start, cantering down, and he slammed on when something caught his eye and I nearly landed up in his 2 ears, but thankfully we stayed on, and yeah, no, he's a special horse.
And Ty, just tell me very quickly, just reflecting, 800 winners. If someone said to you when you rode your first winner here in the UAE, you'd ride 800, you'd ride Laurel River or ride a Dubai World Cup winner, and so many good horses, what would you say?
Yeah, look, listen, I have to pinch myself. You know, it's all credit to the late great His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Rashid Al Maktoum that brought me to this wonderful city like 24 years ago now. So I've been coming back every winter since bar one, and look, Richie, I get to steer him around. There's so much goes on behind the scenes. Stable staff, work riders, trainers, assistants, vets, farriers. As I said, I have the easy bit. I'm very fortunate, and you know, I've got very good jobs in Dubai, and look, I have a great family behind me as well. So all the pieces hit together.
800 not out. Plenty more still to come.
Hopefully, Richie. Thank you.
And correct weight given here in the Dubawi Stakes, 1, 2, 6 and 4. Correct weight, Tuz. Victorious, 1:10.34 winners time, margins 5 by 6.
Dara.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our feature race on the dirt this evening, race 6, the Dubawi Stakes, sponsored by Bingati Developers. It is our great pleasure to welcome Mr. Mohammed Bingati, the chairman of Bingati Developers, to make the presentation for tonight's Dubawi Stakes. And what a wonderful performance we have seen from a horse who is now confirmed as the best sprinter in Dubai. An excellent win from Tuz, becoming only the second horse to win successive runnings of the Dubawi Stakes, following in the footsteps of the great Ronaldo the Wizard. Representing the winning owners, Daki Stable, would you put your hands together for Shaila Seema? Well, Tuz gave the winning trainer his first group win in his own name when he started in this race all those years ago. And he's stepping forward now in the company of Ben, Lily, Ava, Caroline and Susie. A round of applause for Bhupat Seema. And I want a huge round of applause for the winning rider. It is winner number 800 in the UAE, accompanied by his sons Aaron and Dara. A round of applause for Tig O'Shea. And we'll ask everyone to come forward once again to celebrate the success of the brilliant Tuz in tonight's feature race on the dirt, the Dubawi Stakes, sponsored by Bengati Developers. Well, it's a genuine pleasure to have Mr. Mohammed Bengati, the chairman of Bengati Developers, alongside me. Sir, thank you so much for joining me. First of all, just tell me about this relationship between Bengati Developers and Meydan and how it all started.
Well, you know, I've said this before. I mean, what Meydan is doing with horse racing is absolutely, by all means, international. It takes the exposure of the sport and what Dubai stands for to a whole new level. And I think that's exactly what Bengati stands for as a brand too. We're looking for that exposure. We're looking to take this story of success from Dubai internationally. So that's how we got about together and brought this partnership to life.
It's interesting you say that, because obviously for people who have visited Dubai for a number of years, for me example, when I came here for the first time 22 years ago, the way things have developed just in the world of horse racing, but I imagine from your perspective, the way the city has developed overall has been something quite extraordinary.
I think, you know, it's, we're very, very blessed in Dubai to be in a city that's growing by the day. And speaking of horse racing, you know, we learn a lot from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai, who's been the main driving force behind all the success, and he's our ultimate inspiration.
And vision, I imagine, being able to see things in the future and the way things develop. I often wonder about where Dubai is going to end up in the future, because every year we talk about how much it grows and develops. I mean, who's got the vision? Who knows where this place can go?
I think it's very difficult to say, because it's been growing so fast. You know, it's proved itself for so many years, and Dubai just keeps surprising the entire world with new achievements, with new successes, and we as developers, as companies and entrepreneurs, we're reaping the benefit every day and seeing it every day.
Well, it is our genuine pleasure to have you here tonight, sir, and being part of what is a wonderful race night. We hope you've enjoyed it so far and hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening here at Meydan.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know what it's time for. It is time for a very special edition of Faces at the Races, but I cannot do this by myself every time I do this. My voice cannot handle it all. So I've brought in really big help to get me through this edition of Faces at the Races. Florence, Daisy, Bertie and Woody behind me as well. We'll get them all together. Now, Florence, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we going to do? What's coming up now?
Faces at the Races.
Very good. Can we get you all to do it together? What's coming up now, everyone?
Faces at the Races.
Very good. If it was up to me, I'd give you all 500 dirhams, but I am skint at the moment. So, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find tonight's winner of Faces at the Races. We need a big, beautiful smile. We're going to ask everyone to stay with me for this. Who is going to give me the smile that's going to get them 500 dirhams and then give them the task of finding their way to the reward center near gate 2? That's in the clue of where you need to go. That's the clue, gate 2. I can't see one single smile at the moment. Where are all the smiles? Let's have a look at the winner. Who's going to win it? 500 dirhams for the winner. The camera is closing in. Camera's under pressure, being tackled left, right and center. Wow! Our first young winner of Faces at the Races. That is a lovely, cute smile. Very well done. 500 dirhams. I hope that your mum can find, and dad, can find their way to the reward center, gate 2, to pick up 500 dirhams, and you can enjoy that money, spend it any way you can. Don't let mummy and daddy tell you what to do, but very well done. And one final time for my gang down here, what did we just have, Florence? Tell us.
Faces at the Races.
Let's get you all to do it one last time. What was it?
Faces at the Races.
Our penultimate event on the card. We are going here with 10 runners. Take note there as well that we have a white cap on the number 6 in Sahan. Let's go to our first horse, number 1, Moonshiner, who's had the 2 runs now at Meydan, beaten a distance on both of those occasions. Back to a conditions event here and back in trip to 1400 metres. Pat Dobbs rides for Julio Oliveira. Age of Gold is a 3-year-old gelding by Frankel. Charlie Appleby and Richard Bullen combine here. He's had the 4 starts for a win and a second so far to date. He was a winner in a novice on debut at Yarmouth and has had a second since then. Three is Ars Lebnan. He's had the 1 start at Jebel Ali. That was in a conditions race under Simon Cock. He was beaten a distance there by Ra May, who we saw running a little earlier on. The son of Munings looks to hopefully improve here, but stepping out onto the turf for the first time in his career at career start number 2. For is Desert Shadow. He'll wear the white cap for Tigo Shea, Saeed bin Saror. The son of Siuni here is having his debut. We've seen a couple debuting for the bin Saror stable this evening. And we'll see how he goes here. We'll know a lot more after this debut run. 5 is Halassan. He wears the red cap here, the son of Pinatubo. William Buick will ride here for Charlie Appleby. Draws a little wide in 10, so we'll need a little luck out of the gates. But a stakes winner at Doncaster last start over 1,300 metres, where he was a really nice winner there. Had to do it tough. Beat home Camille Pissarro, who's gone on to run well, taking out a Group 1 juveniles race at Longchamp the following start. So form aplenty here with Halassan, and looks the horse to beat here in the race. 6 is Sahan. Bernardo Pinheiro rides for Rashid Borsley. As we said there, we'll see him spotting the white cap here for this upcoming event. He is one of 2 runners here for Rashid Borsley, also lightly raced, this one on debut, the son of Bernardini, so not much to go off yet. Intriguing to see how Sahan fares in this first up performance. 7 Shuf Phoenix has had the 2 runs, one at the Curragh and one at Jebel Ali. He was down the track there. He heads back onto the turf here, so hopefully an improvement back to a more suitable track and trip. Eight is Spirit of Leros for Lucia Botti and Andrew Slattery, coming out of a listed race at Ripon last time out, in behind Soldier's Heart. Hasn't run since the 26th of August, so first up off a break, and hopefully we see him forward enough to contest. Ardra de Vries will ride the 9 here, the Fingal Raven, son of Memis, for Jamie Osborne. 4 starts for a win and 2 third placings. Has had 3 runs at Novice Company and been in the money on all 3 occasions. Hopefully a good run from him here this evening. The Fingal Raven, form so far has been solid enough. And the last start, Bro Park winner for Niels Peterson, Carlos Lopez, is War Bear, the son of Cody Bear. 5-length winner over a mile. Steps back in trip to 1,400 and is first up since the 13th of October. That's our 10 runners here for the Jumeirah Stakes, sponsored to you by the Jockey Club, the home of British horse racing. And we will have our runners heading out onto the course here very shortly for our penultimate event.
And now we come to the Best Turned Out Horse Award for Race 7, kindly sponsored by PHI Advertising. It's gone to horse number 10, War Bear, who's looked after by Kushal Singh. And Kushal Singh is picking up his prize of 650 dirhams from our main man, from PHI Advertising. Mohammed Morsi, the general manager, has been doing a sterling job all evening, and we thank him and PHI Advertising for their generous support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. But we wish Kushal Singh and War Bear the best of luck in this Jumeirah Stakes, our penultimate race, sponsored by the Jockey Club. Well, earlier today, Pat Comerford and I were musing over the horses that we felt were the most likely winners on the card, and we felt that Tuz and maybe Hallasan were the two best picks of the night. And obviously Tuz won earlier, and Hallasan has a very good chance if he lives up to the billing that we saw with progression last year in the UK. He got better and better as the season went on. He started off his season in the springtime at Newmarket, and he moved on to Ascot. He finally broke his maiden at Nottingham in July, and then finished off the season with a pretty smart effort at Doncaster. That was over 1,300 metres. But the horse that he beat that day, Camille Passara of Aidan O'Brien's, was then a horse that produced some very smart form after that at the highest level. So the fact that Hallasan outpointed him on that occasion bodes well for his chances tonight. He's got the best form in the race. The likelihood is he's going to improve again, because he's only had the 5 starts, and he looks the pick of the runners, particularly those of the Charlie Appleby pair. However, what I would say is that Age of Gold also has potential to improve. By Frankel out of a Dark Angel mare. He won back in May when he won at Yarmouth, and he beat a smartish enough horse in Back in Black. After that, he went to the Chesham Stakes. Quite often, Charlie Appleby runs some pretty useful horses in the Chesham Stakes, and then he was unlucky not to win at York on his 3rd start before he was running clearly below par on his final start of the season at Haydock. So I think there's better to come from him, but whether or not he's up to beating his stable companion Hallasan today is another question entirely. There is number 9, the Fingal Raven, now with the Jamie Osborne team, just going forward. Andrew de Vries riding this horse, pretty consistent in the UK, won on the all-weather at Kempton a couple of starts back. Of the others, there's a newcomer from Syed bin Surur's stable, Desert Shadow. It's got a lovely pedigree by Siuni out of the Dubawi mare Soliloquy. Ty Gaucher looking for his 801st winner in the UAE. A very special moment for him earlier on the card, courtesy of Tuz when he won the Dubawi Stakes. And he's aboard Desert Shadow here for Syed bin Surur. Certainly he's got a lot of intrigue about his profile and pedigree and size. Runner on the dirt earlier tonight, Arabian Story ran quite well. So I'll be keeping an eye on him, but it appears to be a great opportunity for Hallasan to get his 2025 underway. One of 2 in the race for Charlie Appleby. Age of Gold, I think, will also run well. Let's head up and join Pat for our penultimate race, Pat.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rishi. It's a nice race at that as well. And yeah, look, Hallasan certainly sticks out as the clear top pick here in the market overseas. They just keep backing him, to be fair. So there is a great degree of confidence that Hallasan will be getting the job done here. The 3-year-old gelding by Plymouth Turbo. You just keep going back to that Doncaster run last start. Very tough. And the form has held up as Spirit of Leros loads away, set to go here at the 1400 metres. Away we go. And Spirit of Leros was one of the first to show. Halassan jumped with them, but he's very deep on the course. Sahan, plenty of speed out wide. Ars Lebnan works forward with Desert Shadow, Shuf Phoenix in amongst them. And the Fingal Raven's going to work through on the inside to go up to the lead as well. War Bear was back in the second half of the field, along with Age of Gold. Halassan back to second to last, and last of all, detached at the moment, was Moonshiner. It's the Fingal Raven with 900 and change left to travel. 13.42, 10.51. Not waiting around for anyone, Danny Tudhope, and leads the way, Ardri de Vries rather, and leads the way here by 2.5 lengths on Shuf Phoenix. Then came Ars Lebnan. Deeper out on the course, Desert Shadow. Age of Gold provides Halassan a little bit of cover as they track into it deeper on the course. Spirit of Leros was next from War Bear. Then came Sahan. He's one of the last ones here in the race, dropping away with Moonshiner as they straighten up for home. The Fingal Raven now met up on the outside by Age of Gold. Halassan tracking Age of Gold into the race here, still with a few to pick up. Age of Gold gets to the Fingal Raven. Now these two pair off. Halassan, he's going to have to be very, very good here. Still with 4 to pick up. It's the Fingal Raven from Age of Gold. Halassan still trying to break into the margin, but Age of Gold has broken clear here late. 100 metres left to go. Halassan when it's all out, but Age of Gold goes to win. Godolphin go 1-2. Halassan runs a tight second. Fingal Raven third, followed by, into fourth position was War Bear. He's run a good race. Desert Shadow next over from Shuf Phoenix. Then came Sahan, followed there next over by Moonshiner. And the last two home were Ars Lebnan along with Spirit of Leros. Richie Mullen gets the job done with the son of Frankel, Age of Gold. He looked the threat on paper to Halassan. He tracked him wherever he went, and Age of Gold's given a kick to go on and score well in the Jumeirah Stakes, sponsored by the Jockey Club. Number 2, Age of Gold, your winner here, and he justifies his rating of 95. A tough win, Age of Gold in 1:22.34 winner's time. And those unofficial margins, 1 1/4 by 1 1/4.
Yeah. I'm standing with Charlie Appleby watching the closing stages. Your two horses have run both very well, but are you slightly surprised by the result, Charlie?
Well, in respects to, obviously Halassan's a horse that everyone thought was coming in here with the form, but to be fair to this winner, we thought a bit of it. He won very well, if everyone can rewind back far enough, at Yarmouth when he broke his maiden, and he went into the Cheshire's second favourite and didn't turn up that day, and then he took the cut that we normally go to, and so therefore he then came out and ran another solid race, and we fancied him then to go and do the job at, I think it was Haydock off the top of my head, and he decided to throw the towel in again. But he's trained well out here, and the pair of them been going round together, and you couldn't really split them, but you'd have thought Halassan, to be fair, had just a bit more natural pace. But the one thing this horse was going to do, the winner would stay.
I was going to say that. I felt that this is a horse that, stepping up and tripping in the future, look at the way he races, the pedigree. He took a bit of time to wear down the Fingal Raven, whereas Halassan, you could maybe even drop him back. Yeah,
well, it'd be interesting to see what Will's got to say, because, they went obviously a pretty scorching gallop there, and, I think Will would have probably been like to have for him to have gone steadier and come into it a bit more comfortably, but he was working a little bit harder than we anticipated, and but I have to say he stayed on well, so it'd be interesting to see what Will's got to say, but I'd imagine they're out here now, they'll step up to the mile regardless.
Well done, Charlie. A 1-2 nevertheless. And we watched the closing stages with Age of Gold getting the better of Fingal Raven. Age of Gold giving a win to, of course, Richie Mullen, who's been a big part of the Appleby team in recent seasons, but it is Age of Gold taking up an ultimate race, the Jumeirah Stakes, sponsored by the Jockey Club.
And those numbers there in the Jumeirah Stakes, sponsored by the Jockey Club, 2, 5, 9 and 10. 2, 5, 9 and 10. Time 1:22.34, and those margins confirmed 1 1/4 by 1 1/4. 2, 5, 9 and 10 in race number 7.
Time to welcome back the winner of the Jumeirah Stakes, sponsored by the Jockey Club by Frankel out of Promise Money, owned by Godolphin, trained by Charlie Appleby, ridden by Richie Mullen. A round of applause for Age of Gold! Let's grab a word with Richie Mullen after that performance from Age of Gold. Not the better fancied of the pair, Richie, but a horse of immense potential still. What did you think going into the race today?
Well, look, on their homework, Will's horse had to measure him, but you know, some horses just don't put it in at home and save themselves. You know, he's a very, very genuine horse. You know, he won first time out. He ran a real good race at York, and then I suppose you could just put a line for his last run at Paddock. Probably a messy race, and just didn't put up, and he's been freshened up and brought out here. Like I say, he's a small horse, and probably his early form is probably going to be his best, you know. There's not a lot of him, but yeah, look, just very, very genuine. I mean, the plan was to let him roll along, but they were going quick enough on the inside of me, and I just didn't want to keep it, you know, to keep it uncomplicated as I possibly could without going too wide.
Charlie mentioning about trip-wise for him, and he said one thing this horse looks like he was always going to do was stay. Does he give you the impression that stepping up in trip would find a little bit more?
I think it would, because he's a horse that, say, he doesn't do an awful lot at home. He's quite behind the bridle in his race if you look at his form from England, but he's a grinder, you know, and he keeps battling out. And I thought once I sort of got to Adri's quarters, you know, one thing is he's small, but he's got a big heart, you know, he's genuine. You know, he ran all the way to the line. Might he be vulnerable to Williams' horse over a mile? We'll never know, but it's a nice headache for Charlie to have, you know. But, you know, it's nice to get on a spare ride, and, yeah, it's always a pleasure riding these colours.
From one Witchy to another, well done.
Thank you very much.
There's something.
We come to the presentation for our penultimate race of the evening, the Jumeirah Stakes, sponsored by the Jockey Club. How wonderful is it to see Meydan, the Dubai Racing Club and the Jockey Club all collaborating as one. We are delighted to welcome to the stage Miss Sophie Abel, representing Newmarket Racecourses, International Director of the Jockey Club. We're delighted to have Sophie here, delighted that the Jockey Club are here on what has been a fabulous night of racing at Meydan. And what a wonderful finish to the Jumeirah Stakes, a 1-2 for Godolphin. Charlie Appleby, the winner, ridden by Richie Mullen, representing Godolphin. A round of applause for Rod Daniel. The Jockey Club, they get hearts racing. And alongside me, representing the Jockey Club, Sophie Abel. Sophie, it's great to have you here. Great to have the Jockey Club here. This is a new relationship, just announced last month. How did it all start, and what was the thinking of the synergy between the two organisations?
Well, it's fantastic to be here in Meydan, and obviously there are so many synergies between racing here in Dubai and in Britain, and nowhere more so than Newmarket itself, where His Highness Sheikh Mohammed has supported so generously the breeding, the training, and many community projects in Newmarket. So it felt like a natural synergy to extend our relationship with Dubai further through this new partnership with Dubai Racing Club, which involves us sponsoring the Jumeirah Stakes here this evening, and we will be welcoming the Dubai Racing Club to the July course in Newmarket for our July Festival.
I was going to say that one thing that is not in question, and one thing that a lot of people will be aware of, is the relationship between Newmarket in particular and racing in Dubai and the origination of horses, etc. But scratch beneath the surface and it goes much deeper than that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the relationship is phenomenal, and as you say, it's gone back many years. And it's so important because there are so many horses that race out here that then go on to race in the UK, and vice versa. We've had horses racing here tonight, winning here tonight, that have raced in the UK. And our international relationships are so important. Horse racing is a global sport, and we have a responsibility to work with our partners to ensure that we are promoting our sport to a global audience.
The Jockey Club obviously, speaking from a personal point of view, know fully that the Jockey Club are always keen to try to innovate. It's not always the easiest thing to do. Try to look at new ventures and new partnerships and try to learn from those things. What do you think of some of the things that could possibly be learned from a brief visit to, say, Meydan tonight?
I think there's a huge amount to be learned at all times, and I'm so impressed with what I've seen here this evening. What Ali Al-Ali and his team have done is created new areas and different ways to engage in those coming racing. There's the new area by the Paddock, where people can get close to the action, they can see the horses, which to me is so important, because for people to understand our sport, they need to see the horses, they need to live and breathe it. And what I've seen here in the team is that drive and that passion. They love the horse, they love the sport, they love delivering world-class entertainment. And I think that Newmarket, the Jockey Club, and the rest of the world can learn a lot from what's being delivered here.
I thought you were going to say some excellent presentation as well.
Phenomenal presentation.
Jess Messing, it's lovely to see you here. I imagine it's quite a nice distraction to be out here in Dubai. What's the situation at Newmarket? When do you start? Is the Craven? What's the plans for 2025?
So we've got 101 days until we start racing at Newmarket, where we'll start with the Craven and then shortly leading on to the Guineas Festival. Phenomenal racing next year, 36 group races, 9 group ones. We can't wait, and most importantly, we can't wait to welcome Dubai Racing Club to the July Festival in July.
Lovely to see you. Thank you for your time. Look forward to seeing you back home.
Thank you so much.
Well, just when you thought it was all over for the night, oh no, there's still one more. Faces at the races. Oh yeah, here we go, one more to go, baby. Faces at the races. Now all I need from you is a big, beautiful smile in order for you to win 500 dirhams and then face the Jumanji-like level 5 task of making your way to Gate 2 and the reward center. Can you do it? You might need 3 lives to get there, but hopefully you will be the recipient of 500 dirhams. Let's see who we've got. The camera is focusing in on a winner. Have we got a winner? I'm not sure. I'm totally confused. Who could it be? Is it that chap? Is it the lady? I don't know. Is it? Which one is it? My head is shaking with the race card as well. I can't. Is it? Oh, it's the gentleman in the glasses. You, sir. Yeah, that's it. The one in the glasses. You have been smiling away, doing your best, and we finally locked our focus on you. There you are. Now, the task for you, should you choose to accept it, is make your way to Gate 2 and the reward center and pick up 500 dirhams via Mission Impossible. Can you do it? You are the Dubai and Tom Cruise tonight, baby. Good luck. 500 dirhams in tonight's final. Faces at the races.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here as we head into the parade for the final race of the evening. It is the Zoho Stakes here over 2,810 metres. We go 14 furlongs here for the final event. Let's head to our first horse, number 1, Pridwin. Connor Beasley and George Scott combine here for this runner who's won over 2,800 his last 2 races. We've seen him go on to score a nice win in Germany, and before that a win at Killarney as well, going on to win there in a handicap. But a Group 3 win over 2,800 in Germany last start. The 10-time winner has had 10 wins from 30 starts along with 6 minor placings. The son of Camelot looks to kick off here in style. He does have a slight weight, a bit more weight to the rest of this field. 2 is King of Conquest, the son of Lope de Vega. He's off a rating of 112 here. Godolphin combine here with Charlie Appleby and William Buick to hopefully see if they can take out the last event on the program here in the last 2 races of the evening. Also a contestant in Germany last start. In Hopgarden going on to run 7th there in the Group 1 under Adrie de Vries to be beaten 15 1/4 lengths on that occasion. He's made his way over here. He steps up in trip, even though he hasn't been seen at the track since the 11th of August. So we'll see if he can stay the full 2,800. Castle Way, the son of Alman Zor. Charlie Appleby combines with James Doyle here, rating of 110. He was at Newmarket last time out down the track in a Group 2 over 2,400. Interesting to see if he'll stay out the full 2,800 here as well. He's been off the scene since the early May, so he's had even longer than his stable compatriot off the scene. David O'Meara and Danny Tudhope combine here with Epic Poet, another Lope de Vega in the field. He was a winner over by a neck at Haydock in September of last year. That was over this trip of 2,800 metres. So he should stay the trip, hoping to see him run well here for Danny Tudhope and David O'Meara. 5 is Go Soldier Go. Adrie de Vries rides for Fauzi Nas. He's stepping right out in distance here. We've seen him contest at 1,900 and 2,000. 2,800, a big question mark for this son of Tapicha. Well, there's form stacking up around Kafaf, the last start winner, beating home Asasi on that occasion, who we saw come out and record a nice win in the opening event for the evening. So that race last start has stacked up, and we'll see if he can translate that form here as he steps out in distance to 2,800. Again, the distance, a slight query. 7 is Last Tradition, Saif Al-Balushi for Ahmed Al-Mazrouki. Last seen in Muscat over 2,200 metres. Hasn't raced over this distance in quite some time, and also steps back onto the turf here, the Omani inclusion. And number 8 is New London, the son of Dubawi, the 3rd and final runner here for Charlie Appleby. Richard Mullen looks to take the last 2 races on the program. He was last seen running in a handicapped over 2,800 at Newmarket on the 5th of May, back almost around 8 or 9 months ago. So again, another one off the scene for a little while and has to find some form here first up over 2,800. So that's our look at the runners. They're about to make their way out here for the final event on the program, the Zoho Stakes.
is time for the final PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award of the evening. And in race 5, in our final race, it goes to horse number 5, Go Soldier Go. And Go Soldier Go was produced in fantastic condition by Gian Bahadur Gatti. And there he is in the winner's enclosure alongside Mr. Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising, who has kindly been involved with all the best turned out horse awards for the evening. We thank him. We thank PHI Advertising for their support of the best turned out horse award tonight at Meydan, as well as their support in sponsoring races tonight. And we wish Gian all the best with Go Soldier Go in our final race tonight. And we're looking at some of the leading contenders for this final race. And first up is King of Conquest. He produced a really smart effort at Newmarket when he won the Fred Archer Stakes 2 starts back. That was in June. He beat a good horse called Aim Eric, who ran well. And also behind him on that occasion was some smart staying horses in the UK. He represents Charlie Appleby, who's also got Castle Way. James Doyle is riding him. And he's also got New London with Richie Mullen in the saddle. William Buick on King of Conquest. If he's at his best, which he wasn't on his final run at the back end of last year when he ran in a Group 1 in Germany over 1.5 miles, then he has a big chance here. He's obviously got to prove he stays this trip. He's got to find a little bit more, but it's certainly within him. And judging by the way he raced when he won at Newmarket, he hit the line pretty well on that occasion. So he's got a big chance in this finale. Number 4 is also a smart performer in the UK, or certainly has been, Epic Poet, but we're looking at a couple more of the Godolphin runners. And James Doyle is in the all blue of Godolphin, Castle Way. He's a horse who looked very talented in the early part of his career, but his last couple of runs in the UK, or his last couple of runs in the UK and one at Meydan, they've been really below par, and he'll have to prove that he's still got all that old ability. His pedigree is excellent. He's by Almanzor, and he's a half-brother to Palace Peer, who was an outstanding miler for the John Gosden team back in the day. He has to prove that this is the trip that he wants as well. But if he is back to his best, and if he is going to be suited by this trip, then you can certainly make a positive case for Castle Way. But there are more positive signs, you'd imagine, for his stable companion, King of Conquest. Horse number 1 is Pridwin, who won a couple of races at the back end of last year in Ireland and in Germany. He won a very decent Group 3 race in Germany, albeit narrowly. I thought he looked really well beforehand for trainer George Scott. Connor Beasley, who's had an excellent night tonight, will be taking the ride. Thought the way this race might be run as well, depending on the pace of the race, as long as they go a decent enough gallop, he's got a little bit of a kick late on, and he can just sit in from stall 1. Hopefully he'll get a nice position going into the bend and be able to work his way into the race. And I thought he would have a pretty good chance, even though he's got to give weight all round in this race. Horse number 6 is also of massive interest. This is Kefaf. I can see why on the international markets he's being well supported. His form was given a huge boost earlier on tonight when Asasi, his stable companion, won earlier. Now, Asasi and Kefaf finished second and first last time out here at Meydan over 1.5 miles. Asasi dropped back in trip, and that proved to be successful for him. And Kefaf is going up in trip. I think, looking by the manner in which he won last time out, I think that's a good move. I think he'll enjoy this extra distance. And if you go through his pedigree, obviously his sire is an influence of stamina, there's probably enough confidence that he will be pretty useful at this distance. So Kefaf, I think, is a big player in this last race. King of Conquest, the leading chance for Charlie Appleby, and I thought Pridwin would also run well for George Scott. For the final time tonight, let's head up and join our rebel, the PC, soon to be married, already engaged.
Thank you, Rishi. It's a nice race to finish it as well. We'll have to see them travel a fair bit. We don't usually get too many races at the distance, but great to see it has opened up the book for quite a few contenders from overseas to make their way here a little earlier in the season. As Castle Way comes up into line, set to go for the Zoho Stakes over 2,800. Set to run, and away we go. Breaking fast, New London. He's going to find himself up in the first couple. Pridwin goes up forward along with Castle Way. Deeper out on the course, Epic Poet starts to work up with King of Conquest, who's a little deep down the first straight here, but they're just trying to sort their order out. Go Soldier Go even deeper from Last Tradition, and Kafaf is out to the end. So inside the 2,500 metres they travel, and New London is going to lead them at the post with a circuit to go. Pridwin second, third Castle Way, box seats into third, followed by Go Soldier Go, who now is going to work across into the 1-1. Next was Epic Poet, followed by King of Conquest. Then came second to last, Last Tradition, and Kafaf is the whipper-innerer. Inside the 150 they travel, and New London, getting it his own way up in front, leads a length. Pridwin second, Castle Way third, and fourth was Go Soldier Go. Epic Poet three back on the inside, followed there next by King of Conquest, Last Tradition, and Kafaf now comes out into the running line and starts to make his way forward, tugging along, tugging for more rain under Ben Cohen. So 1,800 metres left to travel, 12.36, 12.32, 12.69. So they're not breaking any records as they head down the back section of the course, where it's New London by a length. Second was Pridwin, third Castle Way. He's been tracking his stablemate here everywhere he goes. Go Soldier Go in the running line, 1-1, followed by Epic Poet. Then came next in running was King of Conquest, and out to the end is Kafaf, and Last Tradition now relegated to the end. So 1,300 metres left to go, and the pace has not increased at all. It is New London, a length and a half on Pridwin. Castle Way, half a length back in third. From Go Soldier Go, 3/4 of a length on the inside to Epic Poet. He's going to need a little luck from there as well. Buried away on the inside. King of Conquest keeping him there, about half a length back in third to last. It was 2.5 lengths back to Kafaf, and they've left the Omani in Last Tradition. He can't go with the gallop. The pace increases now as they make their way down the side of the course. New London looking to go all the way. Pridwin comes up to his girth in second, now half a length away. From Castle Way, who's looking for a way out and way clear. Go Soldier Go sticks on for now. Then came Epic Poet, King of Conquest. He just dropped the bit there all of a sudden, King of Conquest. Not going as well as they would have hoped, I'd say. And Kafaf comes out off his heels to make a run of it. Last Tradition drops away. Pridwin the leader. He comes up and claims New London, working through Epic Poet. King of Conquest still paddling away along with the Kafaf. It's up in front, Epic Poet, who now takes over for Tudhope, beats off New London. King of Conquest now getting mobile. Kafaf from the back. It's Epic Poet. He's all out. Kafaf, King of Conquest, Epic Poet staving them off for now. Epic Poet gets there. Epic Poet takes the last. David O'Mara with his first win for the season here in Dubai. Beats home a very brave King of Conquest. Kafaf was brave as well. Then came next over New London, Go Soldier Go. Pridwin dropped the way. Last Tradition and Castle Way, the last two home. He's had to wait all night. Danny Tudhope rode very, very light this evening, so he's been rewarded with a winner, but it has taken to the last race. Epic Poet, 2:54.68. We'll get that time confirmed. That's come up on the board, and he's got home by a neck or so. He was fit enough coming into this as well. He presented with a run, three back the inside, got the conservative run throughout, and as they started to certainly increase the tempo in the late stages of the race as New London stretched them out, he was able to get off the fence and fortunately hitting the front at the right time, and had enough in hand to stave off King of Conquest and Kafaf, who certainly made their runs. Epic Poet, your winner here in the last.
Epic Poet wins for Aquila Thoroughbreds Limited, David O'Mara and Danny Tudhope in our finale. When they turned in, he was really still travelling quite kindly, and then Pridwin split off from towards the rail, and New London, there was a big gap between the two. Epic Poet took it, looked a bit vulnerable for a stride or two when King of Conquest and Kafaf started to make their run down on the outside, but Epic Poet was pretty brave in that last furlong, just digging in enough to see off King of Conquest and Kafaf. Both those two have certainly seen out the trip quite well, and they're only narrowly failed. New London has run okay, having set the pace early on. He's run a much better race. And Castleway dropped out, having had every chance, running down on the inside. Kafaf, you heard from Pat Comerford in commentary, was actually a little bit keen for a stride or two down the back straight. So in the end, he's run a good race. And I think both he and King of Conquest Connections would be very pleased with how they performed here tonight over this distance. And they promise a little bit more as the season progresses. Pridwin looked like if he would come on for that run, judged by the way he finished off the race. He had every chance turning in and go, Soldier Go. The best turned out, stuck on okay to finish back in 5th. New London led them into the straight. Pridwin peeled off to try and come with a challenge, but didn't quite see out his race. Epic Poet coming in between those two, finishing off the race in really good style, as did the two horses behind, King of Conquest and Kafaf. You imagine that in another few strides, both may have just gone past. But at the time, I think Epic Poet, having dug in so deep, having hit the front, taking over from New London in the home straight, he deserved it with a brave effort.
Numbers there in the last, the Zoho Stakes over 2,800, 4, 2, 6 and 8. 4, 2, 6 and 8. Winner's time 2:54.68. Margins confirmed. A neck by a head. 4, 2, 6 and 8.
Well done, guys. Thank you. Stuff, Daniel.
Time to welcome back our final winner of the evening after race 8, the Zoho, worth 300,000 dirhams on the turf. It has gone to the 6-year-old son of Lope de Vega out of Sagaciously, owned by Aquila Thoroughbreds, ridden by Danny Tunhope, trained by David Amara. He's a poet, he didn't even know it. The winner, Epic Poet! Danny Tunhope weighing in after the final race and winning on Epic Poet. Danny, I thought he was really brave, having taken it up from New London inside that final furlong.
Well, he was going well. I was travelling the right horses, I thought. He was a bit fresh tonight. I don't know why. He's not normally like that. He's usually a big laid back sort, but I think the whole atmosphere maybe got to him a bit. But yeah, listen, he's the type of horse we thought we could do well with him out here, and the race panned out nice for him. You know, he stays well. You know, I got a nice gap, and yeah, he's got the job done.
What sort of level do you think he could achieve here? Because there are not that many races. Obviously, this is a new one introduced into the program. Do you think he could maybe progress to run in better races here?
I'd say that the plan would probably go to Saudi. Okay. The 2 mile race there, I think. You know, we did it a few years ago with another one of the owners, yes. And he ran well. So that could be the plan for him, I'd say. I don't know, we'll speak to David, but listen, we're just delighted to get another win here. David does well over here, what he brings over. So yeah, well done to all the team back at home.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the Zoho Stakes, 4, 2, 6 and 8. Epic Poet, your winner, 254.68. Margins are neck by a head. 4, 2, 6, 8, correct weight in the last.
And the curtain comes down on a fabulous night of racing here at Meydan with the presentation for our finale, race 8, the Zoho Stakes. And what a fantastic race it was. We are delighted to welcome to the stage Mr. Prem Anand, the Associate Director, MEA Zoho, to make the presentation once again. A thrilling finish as both King of Conquest and Kafaf came to challenge, but Epic Poet just had enough in hand to give a winner on the card to David Amara and Danny Tudhope, and owners Aquila Thoroughbreds Limited, representing the winning team. A round of applause for Mark Wynne. Well, the Rebel PC has made his way down to. You like that name, don't you?
It's such an it's come out of nowhere, to be honest. But anyway, I'll roll with it.
Rock like a ninja, sting like a bee.
Exactly right.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, I enjoy it for you. I think it suits you. I've really enjoyed tonight's racing. I know we say that all the time. There's so much quality, and we reflect on the two big races. Let's deal with the Dubawi Stakes first, because Tuz is just the ultimate professional. Turns out, does his job, does to such a high level as well, doesn't he?
Look, I think I may have got a little overexcited calling him the king of the dirt, but to be fair, I mean, he's an excitement machine. When we think dirt racing, we think grit, we think speed. He's got all of the attributes of a dirt champion. I mean, it's just so thrilling for the UAE to have a horse here that's you know, they can throw any horse at him over 6 furlongs on dirt, and he's going to give him a serious licking. Or if they're one of the best from outside of the world that could come and present him, he's not going to go down lightly. So I mean, it's great to have horses like him here, and you know, I think the Golden Shaheen, it's going to be a bit of a different run this year. I mean, they're not going to Saudi. That's going to be a bit of a different plan going into it. So you know, that's been usually that run that gets them really, really fit for that final stage. I mean, they're taking a different path this time around, but it's very exciting to see that they've got him, and great to hear that Tygo Shea said, you know, this horse he thinks has improved even more, and it's amazing to think that a horse at now 8 years old is probably coming into that sort of the cream of the crop. You know, they say age is just a number, Rishi.
Well, he won it for the second successive year. And you're talking about age being a number. The only other horse to win the race 3 times, or the only horse to win the race 3 times, he's won it twice. Switzerland's won it twice, Tuz. But Ronaldo the Wizard won it 3 times. So Ronaldo the Wizard, he potentially, I mean, he raced in his teens. Tuz could potentially do the same. He's with the right team. You know, obviously Satish trained Ronaldo the Wizard, and Bupat doing a great job with Tuz, and I think he could come back and win it again next year, and who knows, he's a fantastic horse.
And could have been, in my opinion, I mean, I know Rawi got best turned out, but in my opinion,
he looked magnificent.
He looked magnificent. I mean, the coat was shining. He's just obviously in a really, really good space at the moment. One thing you can always count on with Bupat Seema is those horses always come out they look like movie stars.
Yeah. What's your poker face like? I've asked Pat Dobbs after he won the big race on poker face, and he actually said great.
Yeah, I'm a terrible poker player. I've got no poker face whatsoever.
I'm terrible as well.
Yeah.
Awful. But the horse poker face was very good in the Zabeel Mile. Although I must admit, I had no idea he'd won. Holloway Boy, I thought, won. What did you think?
Well, I will tell you what, you know, there's a couple of times where you can commit to one. I mean, I was so close to committing to Holloway Bay, and it was just one of those moments where he was not in front apart from millimetres away from the post. I mean, he was at full stretch, and the body was behind, but he just had the neck out when it counted. And I mean, when I didn't call it, and now I've found out that even Pat Dobbs thought that he'd lost the race, I mean, that's when you know. I mean, it was awfully tight. I mean, there was people in the studio with us, I'm sure in your era, that were calling for the photo, because I don't think many people actually quite believed that Poker Face had got there. But yeah, it was a thrilling finish to the Group 2, and I mean, those finishes make my job a little bit harder, but they certainly make the racing a lot more interesting.
Last word of the night should go to Tygo Shea. 800 winners in the UAE. As he mentioned, he came out, I think it's 24 years ago. I think he would be surprised, the 24-year-old that came out here all those years ago would have been going, hang on a second, I'd be pretty happy with what I've done. He'd be over the moon with what he's done. Dubai World Cup winner, repeat wins in the Golden Shaheen on World Cup night, etc. 800 wins is an incredible number.
I mean, he's a fierce competitor, and that's one thing that Tig has, you know, that I think a lot of people respect, not only people who watch the racing, but his fellow jockeys. And I'm sure there wouldn't be a jockey in that room who wouldn't be more than stoked for Tig that he's been able to pick up 800 wins here. I mean, when racing here back in the Nad Al Sheba days was really starting to flourish onto the world scene, I mean, it took riders from other parts of the world to come in and commit their winters to being able to come here to fill the jockey ranks. I mean, it's a credit to Tig, it's a credit to his family. I mean, it's a massive, massive commitment to come out here 6 months of the year, live your life basically between two places. And I mean, it's a thrill to see him go on and get that result. I mean, multiple premierships to his name, you know, well over, I think 12 premierships or 13 premierships almost to his name now. It's amazing that, you know, he's been able to achieve all these accolades. It couldn't happen to a better person. And look, onwards and upwards, hopefully he's continuing riding for a while, and we'll see 900 come down and 1,000 very soon as well.
Well, he said he brought up his 700th in the Dubawi Stakes. Maybe he'll bring up his 900th in the same race. Maybe he might be on Taz, who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. Taz will come out at 13 to pick up his 6th Dubawi Stakes.
Well, and you're doing your 800th call as well. We'll be cheering you on. Let's just remind you that we're back next week, Friday. The big race honours one of the best horses we've seen here on Dubai World Cup night, a horse called Lord North, 3-time winner of the Dubai Turf. Of course, he shared one of those back in the day, but he was a superb horse for John Gosden. That is it, though, from me and Pat. Thank you so much, Pat, for your company throughout the evening. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have.
It's been a soul-searching night from a form perspective, but anyway, the good horse won of the night in Tuz, and that was a pleasure to see. So, well, only you ended up with Poker Face as well, but I
won't mention it.
Tuz has saved me from a duck egg, so that's always a plus.
I'll just keep a Poker Face as I say good night.